Shyam Kagod here. Now, before we start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, please do let me know so that we can start the discussion. Okay, let's start. So, yesterday we completed the topic of industries and the policies, industry services and policies. Questions are left out. I know that. Don't worry, we'll cover it. We'll cover it. Let's not start with the questions itself. So, we'll cover the questions separately. Please do not be worried. Now, in yesterday's class, what we have discussed? Certain important industrial policies. For example, we have discussed a Startup India initiative, and please remember that Startup India initiative was discussed yesterday. What are the important provisions? Why government of India is promoting startups in India? Uh, are we able to achieve something using this Startup India policy? What are the concerns, etc. Before that, we have also discussed the concept of Make in India initiative. 27 sectors, that is from both manufacturing as well as services, covered under Make in India. What are the objectives we are trying to achieve under Make in India? That is, let's say, the concept of the concept of manufacturing, right? Promotion of manufacturing sector. Right now, contribution is somewhere around 16 to 17%. We want to make it as a 25%. The idea of let's say the creation of jobs, 100 million jobs under Make in India, investments from the domestic market as well as the foreign market, etc. So all of this was covered under the concept of Make in India. But before that, we started with the concept of privatization. I hope remember we started with the idea of a privatization, right? We were discussing three pillars of 1991 reforms: liberalization, privatization, and globalization. And in case of privatization, we started with how disinvestment is conducted, what are the different methods using which disinvestment is conducted, and once the disinvestment is conducted, how the funds will be utilized by the government. In fact, I gave you one more concept of recapitalization bonds. Yesterday, I gave you the idea of a recapitalization bond, one more type of a bond used by the government. Then the latest disinvestment policy. Latest disinvestment policy, where government has divided the sectors into two parts: strategic as well as non-strategic. In case of strategic, government says maximum 4 units, maximum 4 units in the strategic sector. Whereas in case of a non-strategic sector, if we have the presence, that is the government of India owning certain units there, those units will be either closed down or will be sold off to private sector. Either will be closed down or sold off to the private sector. That is the latest disinvestment policy. Now, apart from this, we also have discussed, just a second. Okay, we also have discussed the services sector. What has happened to services sector in India? Why there is a sudden boom in the services sector? What reforms or the policies have been taken by the government to promote the services sector, right? Plus even the idea of a globalization, right? What is the definition of globalization? Is there a requirement of a globalization in India? As the result of globalization, what has actually happened in India? What are the advantages? What are the concerns, etc.? All those things we have discussed yesterday. So let me continue with the next chapter now. The idea of a planning, the concept of planning, right? The concept of a 5-year plans, very, very famous in India. But before I start, here is a very important pointer for you, right? You either take it as a pointer, advice, or a recommendation, whatever you want. 5-year plans is not a very small concept. It's not a very small concept, right? For example, if you've heard of it, we have implemented 12 5-year plans. I'll start using short form of 5-year plans, FYP. We have implemented 12 5-year plans, which means for every 5 years, we have one plan in case of India post independence. And each of the plan, for every plan, there is a very, very small document consisting of, let's say, 500 pages, 1000 pages, 800 pages, etc. Let's take an average 500 pages. Now, 500 pages, one document for every plan, 12 5-year plans. Early morning CSAT. How many pages you will have? 6,000 pages. 6,000 pages. Okay. So, my question to you, do you need to read all the 6,000 pages? Think of it. Do you need to read all the 6,000 pages? And if you have any doubts regarding that, answer is no. Answer is absolute no. Absolutely no, not required. Point number 2. Are we following 5-year planning now? Are we following 5-year plans right now? Absolutely no. After 2015, no, we have discontinued the idea for 5-year plan. Right? So whatever is the importance of 5-year plans now, it is just historical importance. Just historical importance. Right? Here and there, once every 2 years or 3 years, etc., UPSC will throw a preliminary based question on a 5-year plan. So that's a reason. Do not try to read everything about 5-year plans. You're simply wasting your time. What is the importance of 5-year plan, where it is, right, or what are the important points in each of the 5-year plan? For example, for every 5-year plan, I will give you around 3 to 4 points. For every 5-year plan, I'll give you around 3 to 4 points. Right, here itself, how many points you'll have? 12 into, let's say, 4, 48 points. And the difficulty of this, I'm not questioning your capacity. I know everybody, right, including me, by the way, every one of us is a product of universities in India. We are very good in by hearting. I know that, right? So 12 into, let's say, 4 points, or 48 points, more than sufficient. If you ask me, this is more than sufficient for preliminary as well as mains examination. Why UPSC has stopped asking questions on 5-year plans? We do not use 5-year plans. We have, let's say, the concept of Niti Aayog now. From 2015, we have shut down the Planning Commission. We have the Niti Aayog now. So that is where the questions in the mains has been asked. A discussion on Niti Aayog has been asked so far. So that's a very important pointer. I just wanted to tell you, because I've seen many books. They will give you 5 pages of a first 5-year plan, another 5 pages on second 5-year plan, another 5 pages of third 5-year plan. You're simply wasting your time. Trust me when I say this. I'll show you questions, what kind of questions have been asked. You will simply waste your time. Do not do that. Read 3 to 4 points. Remember, if there is something related to current affairs, please read that. Can I give a current affairs connection to a 5-year plan in India? How many of you have been reading the newspaper and have come across the newspaper article regarding the connection between India and Bhutan? Connection between India and Bhutan. How many of you have read that article? Because the Premier of Bhutan is there in India, right? The Premier of Bhutan is actually visiting India, and there is a discussion. There is a discussion, okay? So that is the reason. Now, please look at it. India has discontinued 5-year plans. Bhutan is still implementing 5-year plans. I hope you understand my point here. India has discontinued 5-year plans. Still, Bhutan is implementing 5-year plans. Right? They are implementing 12th 5-year plan. Very soon they will start 13th 5-year plan. And you know why that discussion appears in the newspaper? It appears because just like India, you'll understand in some time, just like India, Bhutan is dependent on foreign aid. Not today. India is not very much dependent on foreign aid today. But earlier in the first 5-year plan, second 5-year plan, third 5-year plan, there was a lot of foreign aid. Foreign aid means what? Assistance from global agencies. Money taken from the foreign countries, etc. Just like we were in the beginning of 5-year plans, Bhutan is even today dependent on foreign aid, majorly coming from India. That is the reason there's a connection to the current affairs. One more current affairs concept, Hindu rate of growth. I'm pretty sure you've heard of it. So whenever these kind of terminologies are there in the newspaper, focus on that. But apart from that, planning as a concept is outdated now. Anyways, what I'll be covering, I'll start with the concept of economic planning. Then we'll have a discussion of 5-year plans. I'll throw a lot of data at you people. In next 1.5 hours, you'll be fed up with the concept of planning. Don't worry. We'll also discuss what is the evaluation of the 5-year plans in India. And finally, we'll enter into concept of Niti Aayog. Okay. Now, let me start. What do you mean by economic planning? India follows economic planning, by the way. So what do you mean by economic planning? Economic planning basically refers to a system wherein government through an agency will try to find out how much resources we have, what objectives we want to achieve using the resources, and how the resources can be best allocated. I'll repeat the statement. What is the basic idea of economic planning? Economic planning basically refers to a system wherein government through an agency will find out how much resources we have. Sir, what do you mean by resources? Money, capital for that matter, human labor, right? Mineral resources, etc. So what is the amount of resources available to us? What we are trying to achieve using these resources, and how best we can utilize these resources. This process is referred to as economic planning. This is referred to as economic planning. In case of India, the concept of economic planning after independence started in 1950 with establishment of Planning Commission. In 1950, we established a Planning Commission, and the responsibility of identifying and defining the objectives for independent India was given to the Planning Commission. Now, what is the composition? How many members were there? I'll give it the composition in some time. Don't worry. So, from 1950, establishment of Planning Commission kick-started the idea of economic planning, that is specifically 5-year plans. In case of India, we followed the concept of 5-year plans. I'll start using the short form. Please get on board with this. 5-year plans. We started the concept of this from 1951. That is, in the year 1951, it was the first year with which we started, or we launched the first 5-year plan in India. And over a period of time, many 5-year plans have been implemented. How many plans, in which year? I will give the data to you. In case of India, the government would formulate the 5-year plan, and either the combination of a public and private sector, right? And to begin with, initially it was only the public sector which was made responsible for the implementation of the 5-year plans. Because remember this, whenever you talk about planning, you can have two methodologies. There are two types of planning. One is basically the concept of indicative planning. One is the idea of a indicative planning, and the second one is the idea of a imperative planning. Imperative planning. Imperative, or it is also referred to as a central planning. Command planning or central planning. What's the basic idea of an indicative or imperative? Whenever you talk about imperative plans or central planning, the plans are formulated by the center. Plans, the 5-year plan, 10-year plan, whatever it is, the plans are made by the center, implemented. The plan are made by the center, are implemented by the center. The private sector participation is not there. Through the public sector, the plans are actually implemented. And in case of India, please remember this, in case of India, initially for many 5-year plans, it was actually a type of imperative planning itself. Generally, the India Yearbook, right, one more document for you. India Yearbook says that until the 8th 5-year plan, India followed the concept of central planning or imperative planning. Whereas from the 8th 5-year plan, we shifted to the concept of indicative planning. What happens in an indicative plan? Center will make a plan. Center formulates the plan. Formulates means what? Prepares. Formulates the 5-year plan. But in process of implementation, both the public sector as well as private sector, both are present. The public sector as well as private sector, both are present in the process of implementation of the plan. So how do I remember this? It's very difficult. How do I remember it? You tell me, after discussing the concept of industrial policies, don't you think it is similar to the same thing? Let me know. Is it not similar to the concept of industrial policies that we have discussed earlier? Right? What did you observe in case of industrial policies of 48, 56, etc.? What did you observe? Was it driven by the private sector or was it driven by the government? Right? Don't you think industrialization in case of India, it was driven mainly by the government? That's the reason you will realize that it was basically a policy of imperative planning. Whereas post 1991, and in which year 8th 5-year plan started, you will realize it in some time. Post 1991, you tell me, was the industrialization driven by the only government agencies or government plus private sector? Right? Don't you think post 1991 it was between the government as well as the private sector? That is basically the idea here. Right? Keep on connecting the dots, it becomes easier for you. Otherwise, everything else, everything you will feel it is new, everything you will see, right, it has a separate concept. Absolutely no, both are interconnected. So initially we followed a concept of imperative planning in India, that is a central planning in India. But post 8th 5-year plan, or from 8th 5-year plan, we started following a concept of an indicative planning, where both public sector as well as the private sector will be present in the economy, contributing, investing in the economy. Now, this is basically the introduction to the concept of planning. Now, what was the need for planning in India? Why did we start with the concept of 5-year plans in India? First reason, India was experiencing low-level equilibrium trap. India was experiencing the problem of low-level equilibrium trap. Point number one, the concept of equilibrium trap was given by Richard P. Nelson. The concept of the equilibrium trap was given by Richard P. Nelson. Now, what does the equilibrium trap talk about? In context of Indian economy, imagine 1947. Just imagine the situation. Before 1947, there was a British government rule in India. Although, right, elections were conducted, etc., you will come across all of that in history. But don't you think, before 1947, the situation of Indian economy was in a very, very bad shape? That is, we were major importer of these goods and services. Agriculture sector, despite accounting for large chunk of working population, right, the agriculture sector was not performing very well. The revenues in the agriculture sector were very, very low. Most of the goods that were consumed in India were not manufactured in India. We used to import it from Britain. Now, at that particular point of time, right, is it okay if I say the national income in case of India was very, very low? Any problem with this? The national in the context of India was very, very low. What about, right, what about the savings in case of Indian households? The savings in case of Indian households were very, very low. Any problem with this? Let me know. The national income was very low. What about the savings in the households? Was also very low. And I told you, more than 50% of the GDP contribution came from agriculture sector. Right, the half of the GDP contribution came from agriculture sector, and more than 70% of working population, was involved in the agriculture sector. Now, based on whatever you have studied in high school regarding Indian history, how many of you believe that agriculture sector, that is the farmers involved in the agriculture sector, were earning very high amount of income? Right, anybody in the classroom who says, right, again, history is not over, don't worry, but you tell me based on your past experience, right, do you think agriculture sector was performing very well at this point of time? Most of the working population was in agriculture sector. They were earning very high amount of income. Of course, no. Even today, that's a problem, but don't worry about today. But at least at the time of independence, the earnings of the farmers were very, very low. Now, you tell me, earnings are very low, income is very low, savings are very low. What about investment? What about investment? Do you think investments will be very high at this point of time? Of course, no. Investments will be very, very low. So, investments are lower. Savings low, investment low. If the investment is low, what about production? Same concept, vicious cycle. What about production? Either in agriculture sector or industries, etc. What about production? Production will also be very low. And if the production is very low, what about incomes? Incomes again will be very low. What about savings? Savings again will be lower. Now, can I basically show this and say this is a trap? I hope you understand. Right? This is nothing but a trap. The whole economy has fallen into a trap where neither the savings are increasing, nor incomes are increasing, nor production is increasing. People who are poor are continuing to remain poor. Sector which is not performing very well has continued to not perform very well. Right? Industrialization is not taking place, etc. So one of the reasons why Government of India decided to implement the planning as a concept was there was a issue of low level equilibrium trap where sectors were not attracting investment. Agriculture sector was not performing very well. Number of poor people were very high. They continue to remain poor, etc. That is one of the reason. Second reason, resources were very, very scarce. Resources that were available to us were very limited. Either talk about capital, talk about human labor, skilled human labor, right, or talk about industrialization, etc. The resources that were there with us were very, very scarce. And now government of India had to decide, should we allow the private sector to industrialize, allow the private sector to drive the growth, or should government of India make a plan and drive the growth? Government said, let me make the plan. Let me make the plan. Let me find the priorities. Let me drive the industrialization, etc. So availability of resources were very scarce. Government of India decided they should control the resources. For example, some of you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by controlling the resources here? Coal is one of the very important resource. All of you will agree? Even today for India. Even today for India, coal is a very important resource. Right? Money availability, capital availability is one of the very important resource. Telecom sector, very important resource. Defense, right? That is a production of the defense equipments using minerals available in India. Very important resource. So who decide to control these resources? Government of India. Coal sector was nationalized in 1971. Indira Gandhi was the prime minister. Coal sector was nationalized. What about banking sector? Nationalized 1970, 1980. What about civil aviation? Nationalized. Defense manufacturing? Nationalized. Railways? Nationalized. So what you will see is during the phase of planning, government decided resources are very limited to us. We should use it very efficiently. Hence, we went for the policy of nationalization. What about social justice? People who are very poor are very high in India. Were very high, are very high in India. So poverty numbers very high. Right? Unemployment rate very high. Most of the population working in India stuck up in agriculture sector. So government decided, let me adopt a planning to provide for social justice. Let me reduce wealth inequality. Let me reduce income inequality. Let me reduce regional imbalances, etc. Right? To protect the national interest in the age of globalization. This was a time period when the globalization was in full swing. Now the concern for the government was, should I open up the economy? Should I open up the economy? Foreign companies will come to India. How many of you are under the impression that in 1950s, Indian companies were able to compete with foreign companies? Whatever little private sector was present in India, right? Do you believe that in 1950s, they had the competitive edge over the foreign companies? If the government of India had opened up the market, if that simply opened up the market, then foreign companies would have flooded the domestic market. The domestic companies were not very competitive at that point of time. Again, here and there, one or two companies will find example. Some of you will give me example. But sir, Tata was present at that point of time. But sir, this was present. These are countable companies. Countable companies. Right? But if the economy was opened up, foreign companies would have come to India because customer base is very high. Automatically, customer base is very high for them. But were the Indian companies, private sector, were they competitive enough at that point of time? No. So government of India decided, let me control the economy. Let me try to control which companies will come into the economy, who will perform what function. I will have a lot of regulations over it. And finally, for having a better cooperation and coordination between the center and the state. For having a better cooperation coordination between center and the states. These are some of the reasons why we introduced the concept of economic planning in India. Okay. Now, right, before planning commission, before we actually established a planning commission, before that, certain other plans were actually proposed. Were these plans implemented? Absolutely no. right? None of these plans were implemented. If you ask me, sir, why the plans were not implemented, these plans were proposed right before independence. And before independence, you know what was the system of government in India. That is the precise reason. So some of the very important proposals before Planning Commission. First one, planned economy for 10 years. A proposal was given, planned economy, that is the plan for Indian economy for 10 years was given by Dr. M. Vishweshwaraya. Right? In this particular plan that was proposed by Dr. M. Vishweshwaraya, the proposal was to increase investment. Point number one, proposal was to increase investment. Right, the investment was proposed to be increased from around 300 crore rupees to 1000 crore rupees. Point number two, the plan was proposed for 10 years, and during this 10 years, as per the plan, the national income was supposed to be doubled. National income was somewhere around 2900 crore rupees, and by the end of 10 years, if we followed the plan, the national income was supposed to be doubled to somewhere around 5000 crore rupee plus. Right, so first proposal, increase investment to around 1000 crore rupees. Second proposal, it will be implemented for 10 years. Third one, if you implement it, national income would double. Fourth proposal, the plan basically said private sector will not be able to perform and provide for the requirements of the economy. Only private sector will not be able to meet all the requirements of the economy. Government should also participate. That is basically the idea of government providing certain goods and services. So only private sector will not be able to do all of it. Government should also be present in the economy. That is the fourth proposal. Fifth proposal, increase the production in the domestic market. Increase the production. At this point of time, the production was somewhere around 400 crore rupees. The production was proposed to be increased to around 2000 crore rupees. And for doing all of this, for increasing investment, for doubling the national income, for increasing the production, etc., etc., this 10-year plan proposed a planning commission. The 10-year plan proposed setting up of one authority, that is Planning Commission. As per this plan that was proposed by Dr. M. Vishweshwaraya, the Planning Commission would be having around 5 to 7 members, and it will be responsible. It will be responsible for the 10-year plan. Right. So these are some of the very important provisions of the 10-year plan, that is a planned economy for India. Not implemented. Don't worry, not implemented. Why? Look at the year. Automatically look at the year and tell me, was it supposed to be implemented pre-independence? Right, the government was different, right? We had a British rule, etc. So not implemented in India. Second, National Planning Committee, NPC, National Planning Committee. Right, again it was set up in 1938. It has provided certain plans or certain recommendations. They were not implemented. Why? I'll tell you in some time. At this point of time, under Indian National Congress, INC, under Indian National Congress, the president of INC was Mr. Bose now. Right, under the presidency of INC, or let's say Mr. Bose, they set up a planning committee within INC. They set up a planning committee within INC in the year 1938. And this planning committee was headed by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru or Pandit Nehru. Now, this particular committee gave a lot of recommendations. Over a period of time, it provided a lot of recommendations. But these recommendations were not implemented, were not taken by the government at this point of time. The reason was very simple. When it was established, 1938, and you tell me what is the relevance of 1939? Please tell me. History is not over. I know that. Don't worry. But high school, please go back to high school. Open your treasury box and please look at the past and tell me, the 1939 is known for what? Second World War. It is known for Second World War. And at this point of time, right, the discussion was more about, should we support the British government in the fight against the other countries? Should we participate in the Second World War in support of the Britishers? 1942, Quit India movement, etc., etc. So the focus was not on the planning, focus was on something else. But nevertheless, there was proposal from National Planning Committee. For example, one of the very important proposal that was given by the committee was that Government of India should not allow private sector to control all the industries in India. Government of India should not allow that to happen. What Government of India should do is, they should tightly control, they should start owning important industries. They should start owning important industries, should not allow the private sector to control these industries. Now, apart from this, there was also one more plan, Bombay Plan, which was proposed by group of industrialists that is famously referred to as Bombay Plan. Right? Certain industrialists, that is businessmen, came together and they give this proposal which is very famously referred to as a Bombay Plan. And what was proposed under the Bombay Plan? First one, it proposed that the plan should be implemented for 15 years. The plan should be implemented for 15 years. Unlike, let's say, the earlier plan which was given by Dr. M. Vishweshwaraya for 10 years. It said, no, let's implement for 15 years. And if all the proposals given in the Bombay Plan are followed, we'll be able to double the per capita income from $22 to $45. We'll be able to double the per capita income from $22 to $45 in a span of 15 years. But for achieving this, it proposed certain minimum living standards, nutritional requirement standards for whole of population. How much calorie should be consumed, how much nutrition should be consumed, etc., etc. Certain requirements were given by the plan. In order to achieve all of this, they also recommended promotion of infrastructure, development of infrastructure in the Indian economy. For example, they propose that we should double the road network in case of India. We should increase coastal shipping networks. We should also develop consumption goods industries, etc. So these were some of the proposals given by the Bombay Plan back in the year 1943. Done again, not implemented, because again the logic was we did not have the independence at that point of time. But apart from this, right, I've given you example of planned economy, Dr. M. Vishweshwaraya, National Planning Committee. I've also given the example of Bombay Plan. Were these the only proposals? Of course, no. Right? There was also one more plan called as the Gandhian Plan. There was one more plan proposed called as Gandhian Plan. Gandhian Plan. Right? The Gandhian Plan was proposed by Shriman Narayan Agarwal. S.N. Agarwal. Shriman Narayan Agarwal. There was also People's Plan. People's Plan was proposed by Mr. M.N. Roy. There was a Sarvodaya Plan, right, by J.P. So there were different plans, but these were not implemented. These are just proposals which were given by different participants, or let's say stakeholders in the economy. Now, finally, in 1950, we established a planning commission. After independence, in 1950, we established a planning commission. Right? Just a second. I think I've given certain points here. Okay. Have a look at this. Planning commission was set up in 1950. Who was the head of the planning commission? Who was the chairperson, chairman of the planning commission? Prime Minister. Prime Minister by default will be the chairman of the planning commission. PM by default will be the chairman. Apart from the Prime Minister, there will also be a deputy chairman. There will be a finance minister representing the center in the planning commission. Various other ministers would be appointed into the planning commission, and several experts from different sectors will also be present in the planning commission, appointed by the government. But please have a look at the composition of planning commission. Please have a look at the composition of the planning commission. Let me know, can you see any representation of the states in the planning commission? I hope you understand my statement here. Please observe the composition of planning commission and let me know, can you see any representation of the states in the planning commission? No. Right? There was no representation of the states in the planning commission. There was no representation of the states. That was the biggest criticism. This was the biggest criticism against the Planning Commission in India. Why? Center will make a 5-year plan. That is, through Planning Commission, they will make 5-year plan. Who is supposed to implement it? Let me know. Who is supposed to implement it? Who are the major players in the implementation of the 5-year plan? State governments. State governments will play a very dominant role in implementation of 5-year plans. But are they present in the making of the plan? Right? Were they present in the process where plans are made? Absolutely no. Center made the plan, gave it to the states, states implemented the plan. Can I call this as a top to bottom approach? Let me know. Can I call this as top to bottom approach? Right? Center simply made a plan for whole of India, gave it to states. States will be implementing it. And in the process of making the plan, in the body where the plans were made, state representation was not there. Now, against this, yesterday I was giving you certain points regarding one district to one product, ODOP. You tell me, is ODOP top to bottom approach or bottom to top approach? Right? Think of this. I have given you this point. Right? The 5-year plans were made, given to the states, implemented, top to bottom. But we also have one more type of a scheme now, right? One district to one product. Is it top to bottom or bottom to top? It is bottom to top. Why? We will make a plan for a district now. We'll make a plan for a district. Each of the districts will have a different plan. District wise plans will be there. So it is not top to bottom, it is bottom up approach. Please remember that. Please remember that. Okay, so this is Planning Commission. When it was established? 1950. And it was established through executive resolution, executive order of the government. Executive resolution or executive order of the government. What do you mean by this? It is not a constitutional body. Planning Commission is not a constitutional body. Under Constitution of India, there is no provision for Planning Commission. No article for Planning Commission. Now come to the other side. What is this National Development Council? I'll come back to this. The Planning Commission prepared 5-year plans, gave it to National Development Council. Now the National Development Council will approve the 5-year plan. It will go to the cabinet. Once the Union Cabinet will approve, it will go to Parliament. There will be certain discussion in the Parliament and we'll start implementing the 5-year plans. Now what is this National Development Council? The National Development Council was established, I've written it here, was established in 1952. Again, not a constitutional body, through executive resolution. Through executive order of Government of India, we set up one more authority, National Development Council. And in the National Development Council, there was a representation of the states. That's very, very important. There was a representation of the states as well as union ministries. That's a difference between the Planning Commission and the National Development Council. First, very important difference. In Planning Commission, no state representation. In NDC, state representation was there. Now, but please understand this, the 5-year plans were actually prepared by Planning Commission. They were approved by the NDC. In the NDC, the discussions were conducted and they used to simply approve the 5-year plan and it was now sent to the cabinet. Once the cabinet will approve the 5-year plan, it would be sent to the Parliament. Certain discussion would be conducted and now we would implement the 5-year plans. We would simply start implementing the 5-year plans. This was the process which was followed for preparation and implementation of 5-year plans in India. Now, how many 5-year plans we have implemented? I'll come back to this, don't worry. How many 5-year plans we have implemented? These are the 12 5-year plans. Now your headache will start. Sir, so many numbers. How do I remember the numbers? So many numbers. How do I remember so many numbers? Right? I'll tell you a trick. Follow this discussion carefully. Right? I will divide all the 12 5-year plans into 3 groups. I'll divide all the 12 FYPs into 3 groups, right? 3, 4 and 5. In the first group, I will write the first 3 5-year plans. In the second group, I will write 4 5-year plans. And in the third group, I will write 5 5-year plans. Easy to remember? Any difficulty here? 3, 4 and 5. I'm taking you back to your, right, let's say pre-primary school. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So 3, 4 and 5. Now on what basis I'm dividing these 5-year plans into 3 groups, that is 3, 4 and 5. Please make an observation here. The first 3 5-year plans were implemented one after the other consecutively without any break. Right? Is it okay? Please observe the slide now. The first 3 5-year plans were implemented without any break consecutively, one after the other. 51 to 56, 56 to 61 and 61 to 66. Right? This I'll basically call this as the first phase of a 5-year plan. What about the second phase of the 5-year plan? You will see there is a certain gap after 66. There is a gap after 66. That is, from 66 to 69, there were no 5-year plans. No 5-year plans. Right? Remember the point. There were no 5-year plans. After 66, we said, let's take a break. Let's take a break. Let's not implement another 5-year plan. Why, you will understand in some time. So we took a break. We did not have 5-year plans, but we had annual plans. I'll repeat the statement here. After third 5-year plan, we did not have another 5-year plan after the third 5-year plan for a couple of years. But we had annual plans. What do you mean by annual plans? Yearly plans. All of you will agree. Look at the term. Annual means what? For 1 year, plan was made. Another year, plan was made. Another year, plan was made. We had annual plans. Now, because we did not have a 5-year plan after this phase is also referred to as a plan holiday. This phase is referred to as plan holiday. Any problem? The phase from 66 to 69 is also referred to as a phase of plan holiday. Why? No 5-year plan was implemented. Then fourth 5-year plan started, 69. 69 to 74, 74 to 79. Again, you'll see a small gap here. Just make an observation. Why? I'll tell you. 69 to 74, we implemented. Then 74 to 79, we should have implemented, but I'll tell you what happened. You will see, suddenly you will see a certain disruption here. That is 74 to 79, and the next 5-year plan, that is a sixth 5-year plan, should have been implemented from 79, but no, it was implemented from 80. Why? This is the reason. This is the reason. All of you remember what happened in 74, just around 74 in India? 1974. What happened around 1974 in India? Emergency. I hope you remember that. Even if you have not read anything, high school is more than sufficient for this. Emergency period. There was emergency that was imposed by the Congress government. After that, elections were conducted. Indira Gandhi, who had made the government, Prime Minister was Mrs. Indira Gandhi, lost the elections, right, was sent to jail, and there was one more government at this point of time. That is Janata government, Janata Party government. Janata Party government was made. And obviously, right, have a look at this. You are replacing one government with another government which has a different ideology altogether. The new government had a new ideology. Right? They believed in something else apart from what was believed by the Congress government. So will the new government continue with the same 5-year plan? Right? How many of you think that is possible? Will the new government continue with the same old 5-year plan? No. What the Janata government did was, they discontinued fifth 5-year plan and introduced sixth 5-year plan. Introduced a sixth 5-year plan from 1978 to 1983. And the speciality about this new plan that was implemented or was introduced by the Janata government was, this was referred to as a rolling plan. Remember this. This was referred to, right, a rolling plan. Right? What do you mean by rolling plan? Rolling plan is also referred to as continuous planning. This was referred to as a continuous planning. Right? Why, sir? What is the reason of continuous planning? Let me give a very simple example. You will make a study plan for economy. Just a hypothetical example, you will make a study plan for 1 month for economy. And whatever happens, you will not change the plan. You will simply keep on following the plan. Simply keep on following the plan. Right? For example, in the first week, you wanted to cover banking sector. You will continue reading the banking sector. After 1 week is over, you will shift to the next chapter. Whether you have completed, whether you have not completed, doesn't matter. Your plan says second week you will have to start a concept of FDI. You will start reading it. Right? So argument was simple. 5-year plans were made and 5-year plans were implemented. Right? That was the normal process. But in case of continuous planning or rolling plan, the 5-year plan was actually divided into annual plans. I hope you understand. The 5-year plans were divided into annual plans. That is, let's say, plan for 1 year, 78, 79. Plan for another year, 79 and 80. Plan for third year, 80 and 81. I'm talking about financial years here. And what is the basic idea? Once you implement the first annual plan, based on the evaluation of that, you will make changes to second annual plan. I hope you understand. You will implement one annual plan that is a part of the 5-year plan, and after you implement the annual plan, suddenly you will evaluate what happened in the first annual plan, and based on this, you will make changes to the second annual plan. Now you will implement a second annual plan, and after the year is over, you will evaluate how the plan happened, what was the issue with relation to implementation, etc., etc. Based on that, you will make changes to the third annual plan. Now, is the logic okay? What you are doing here? You are continuously making the changes to the plan. I hope you understand. You are continuously making changes to the plans here. And because you are continuously changing the plans like this, this was referred to as a continuous planning methodology. Right? Another name for this is rolling plan. Another name for this is rolling plan. Rolling plan means what? Continuously. It is moving like this. You have made a 5-year plan, but continuously you are chopping and changing these plans or the policies under the plans. Hence, this was called as a continuous planning and a rolling plan. Right? That was implemented. But again, Janata government lost elections. Right? A new government was formed. Right? Mrs. Indira Gandhi again became the Prime Minister. Now, do you think when the new Prime Minister will become, or a new person will become the Prime Minister now, will they continue with this, the old 5-year plan? Just like what the Janata government did was, right, what Janata government did, they discontinued 5-year plan and they basically implemented a new 5-year plan. When the new government was formed again, Congress government was formed, they did the same thing. They discontinued the 6th 5-year plan of the Janata government, and from 1980, they again implemented one more 6th 5-year plan. Right? I hope you understand. They implemented one more 5-year plan starting from 1980. Now, this is not difficult. 80 to 85, 85 to 90. Now, look at the 8th 5-year plan. Please go back to the earlier point I told you. Imperative, indicative. Now, anybody has a problem if I say, look at it and let me know. Anybody who has still a doubt, when I say from 8th 5-year plan, Government of India adopted imperative planning. I'm sorry, indicative planning. My mistake, not imperative, indicative planning. From the 8th 5-year plan, we started adopting, right, the indicative approach of planning. Why? What is the importance of this 5-year plan? You let me know. What is the importance of this time period? 1991 LPG reforms. Do you remember this or not? 1991 LPG reforms. Right? Very, very important. Now connect the dots. 1991 we introduced the policy of LPG, and yet the 5-year plan was implemented from 1992. Don't you think automatically it means we have shifted to concept of indicative planning. Okay, so 8th 5-year plan, 9th 5-year plan, 10th, 11th and 12th continuously implemented. But please see here, right, in the second phase I have written 4 5-year plans. That is 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. 7th, the last one, 85 to 90. But between the 7th and 8th, again there is a gap. Between the 7th and 8th, that is basically we are shifting into the third phase now. Again there is a gap. Why? What is the reason there is a gap? Do you remember what happened in 1991 or not? What was the situation of Indian economy in 1991? Right, we have discussed inflation rate very high, BOP crisis, right, import bill was very high, right, the expenditure of government of India, fiscal deficit was very high, etc. So at that point of time, again we implemented annual plans. We did not have 5-year plans, we implemented annual plans. That's the reason you will see there's a gap between the 7th 5-year plan and 8th 5-year plan, which is again nothing but plan holiday. Which is nothing but concept of again a plan holiday. Right? This is basically the idea. This is how you remember the 5-year plans. Right? Understand the story here. Automatically, if I ask you 5th 5-year plan, what was the duration? 4th 5-year plan, what was the duration? 8th 5-year plan, what was the duration? Automatically, you will be able to find out. Right? It will take certain time period, but definitely yes, you will be able to become a master of remembering all these points if you know the background, if you know the history. Done. So these are certain important points about the evolution of 5-year plans. Evolution of 5-year plans in India. Right. So these are the 5-year plans which we have implemented. But remember this, 12th 5-year plan, the duration or the term of the 12th 5-year plan was from 2012 to 2017. We did not implement for the full duration. I hope you understand. The 12th 5-year plan, we did not implement the 12th 5-year plan for complete duration. Why? Some time ago I said, starting 2015, we abolished planning commission. I've told you this. We abolished planning commission and we implemented a new authority. We set up a new authority, Niti Aayog, starting 2015. You tell me, the planning commission which is responsible for the implementation of 5-year plans has been abolished. Do you think you will be able to continue to implement 5-year plans? I hope you understand. Right? The authority which is responsible for the implementation of 5-year plan has been abolished. Right? It has been basically dismantled now. How can you implement the 5-year plan? That's the reason, although the tenure or the term of the 12th 5-year plan is from 2012 to 2017, we did not implement it completely. Somewhere midway, we stopped the implementation of 12th 5-year plan. Okay, so and after that, there is no 5-year plan. We have discontinued 5-year plans now. We have discontinued 5-year plans. We are making plans for industries. We are making plans at a district level, etc., etc. now. Right, either government or Niti Aayog will be implementing all of this. Now, what were the objectives of the 5-year plans? What were the objectives of the 5-year plans? I have written 4 objectives here. Please remember all the 4. In fact, can you go beyond the 4? I will tell you, have patience. What are the 4 objectives? One is growth, second one is equity, third one is modernization, fourth one is self-reliance. In short, GEMS. All of you have eaten GEMS chocolate? Easier to remember. All of you eaten GEMS chocolate or not? That's the reason I've written 4, but can you write more than 4? I will prove that. You will only understand, have patience. So remember, 4 central themes, 4 objectives: growth, equity, modernization and self-reliance. Now, what is this idea for growth? Please remember the point here. To begin with, initially, for many of the 5-year plans, Government of India was focused on growth only. Right? I'll repeat it. Initially, for many of these 5-year plans, Government of India was focused only on achieving growth. In fact, in every 5-year plan, growth targets are given. But to begin with, initially for first 5-year plan, second 5-year plan, third 5-year plan, like this, the focus of the government was only on achieving growth. Why? Government of India believed in a policy which is referred to as a trickle-down policy. Right? Follow this carefully. Government at this point of time believed in a policy which is referred to as a trickle-down policy. What do you mean by trickle-down policy? Let me explain this. Trickle-down policy believes that if you provide a benefit to the rich in the economy, understand this, there's a problem, I'll explain that. But this is what the theory says. If you provide the benefit to rich people in the economy, these benefits will flow down to other sections in the economy. I will repeat the statement here. If you provide the benefits to the rich people in the economy, the benefits will flow from the rich people to other sections in the economy. Sir, how is that possible? Right? How is that possible? We generally don't observe it. But what was the belief? Let me explain it. Imagine here is a very rich businessman. Imagine there is a very, very rich businessman, billionaire. The government will reduce the tax liability, on this businessman. Can I take an extreme example? Imagine the government will reduce the taxes on this rich person to 0%. And again, this is what the belief is. The tax burden on this rich person, the businessman, is reduced to 0%. Now, when the tax rate, income taxes paid by the person is 0 rupees, don't you think he will have more money now? All of you will agree? Any problem? Let me know. The businessman, either businessman or businesswoman, don't worry. They will have more money now because the income tax rate is 0%. Now, when the income tax rate is 0%, when the person has a lot of money, what do you think will happen to investment? What do you think will happen to investment? Let me know. And the point is simple. The person is a businessman. Right? The businessman will invest more money. Agreed? The person has a lot of money now. Right? Basically, the investment will increase. When the investment will increase, what will happen to employment? What will happen to employment generation? Employment generation will increase. And when the employment generation increases, what will happen to the earnings of the houses? Earnings of the houses. The earnings of the houses will also increase. Earnings of the houses will also increase. Now look at the sequence. Is it okay if I say the tax benefit have been provided to rich people, but these benefits are also flowing to other sections in the economy? Yes or no? I hope you understand. The tax benefit is given to rich people. The benefits of this are flowing to other sections in the economy. This is what trickle-down theory believes. This is what trickle-down theory actually proposes. Right now, this is what it proposes. Again, is there a problem? Of course, yes. This doesn't work out. I hope you understand. This doesn't work out as it has been proposed. You are expecting the businessmen to invest in the market. Now, let me give you an idea here. Imagine there is a recession in the economy. Imagine there is recession in the economy. Do you think trickle-down theory will work out there? Let me know. Imagine there is a recession that is happening in the economy. Do you think trickle-down theory will work out there? Absolutely no. On one side, you are reducing the taxes, which also means government tax revenues will come down. government tax revenues will come down. And second, you are giving a tax back to rich businessmen or rich companies and you're expecting them to increase the investment. Do you think during recession, private sector will invest more? Does it make sense to you? During recession, do you think private sector will invest more? No, they will not invest more. So on one side, you are giving a tax break to the rich people. They are not going to invest. Your tax revenues have come down. It is recession. You will be forced to borrow more from the market now. You will be forced to borrow more from the market. Now, if all of this happens, you are an investor in the market. Will you demand lesser coupon rate or higher coupon rate from the government? I hope you understand my point here. Think of it. All of this is happening. Government will come to you and say, please take this bond, give me money. Right? My borrowing is very high. Right? There itself the answer is there. My borrowing is very high. Take this particular bond and give me money. Will you demand lower coupon rate or higher coupon rate? You will demand very high coupon rate. Already taxes collection is low. Fiscal deficit is very high. Investment in the market is low. And your borrowings are very high. Your coupon rates are very high. Can you imagine what will happen to the finances of the economy? Right? What will happen to the finances of the whole economy? Inflation rate will be fueled. Right? Inflation rate will fuel. Because government borrows more, can it lead to further? Understand my statement? Because the government borrowing is more, can it further lead to crowding out of the investments? Right? I hope you connect all these dots. I hope you connect all of these dots. Now, what is the final outcome of the outcome in the whole economy? Economy will not start performing well. The recession will become much worse. The slowdown can become a recession. Recession can become a depression. And that's the reason, right? Initially, we believed in the idea of a trickle down, but it doesn't work out in real time. Right? Can I give you a current affairs example? Britain government, not the current government, the previous government actually tried out trickle down. I hope you understand. Right? The previous government, not Mr. Rishi Sunak, right? Although there is a problem with their government also. The previous government actually tried out the same idea, trickle down theory, and it backfired. Spectacularly, it backfired. Right? And thankfully, the government was changed, or the prime minister was actually changed. Right, sir? Who is the prime minister? Liz Truss. Liz Truss. What was proposed was similar to this only. Right? On rich people will reduce the tax burden, they will invest more, right? It will boost the economy, etc., etc. Ultimately, what ended up happening was the yield rate in the market shot through the roof. Right? The yield rate in the market actually shot through the roof. Why? Government revenues have fallen, government borrowings are very high. Market will not have very high confidence. Their confidence on the economy will fall. Okay, so this is basically the idea of trickle down. So what was the objective earlier? Government believed in trickle down, and that is the reason initially the focus was on a promotion of right industrialization. Initially was the focus was on higher investment to achieve higher growth rate. Done. So that is the first one, growth. Second, equity. First one is growth, second one is equity. What do you mean by equity? There is a regional inequality present in India. Regional differences are there. Regional, right, let's say imbalances are there. Income inequalities are there. Wealth inequalities are there. Government of India wanted to reduce all of them. Government of India wanted to reduce all of them. Right? In fact, please remember this. Suddenly UPSC can throw you these kind of terminologies. Equity was specifically mentioned in the fourth 5-year plan. Equity was specifically mentioned in the fourth 5-year plan. Right? So we wanted to achieve equity. Now let me know. I've written 4 here: growth, equity, modernization, and self-reliance. Can I add one more here? Eradication of poverty. Let me know. Possible or not? I have not written it in the gems. But if you are achieving equity, are you not addressing issue of poverty? Anybody has a problem with this? Anybody has a problem? Let me know. right? So if UPSC will ask you, was poverty one of the objectives under the 5-year plans? Answer is yes, by the way. We wanted to address the issue of poverty as well, right? Next one is modernization. Growth, equity, modernization, right? Modernization specifically was mentioned in the 6th 5-year plan. It was mentioned in the 6th 5-year plan. What do you mean by modernization? Promote a better usage of technology. Introduce better technology. Start modernizing the sectors. Any example of this? Agriculture sector. Agriculture sector itself. In case of agriculture sector, before independence, there was no investment done in the agriculture sector. Right? In the agriculture sector, most of the working population was present, but the incomes were very low. Why? Technology usage was prohibited. British government did not allow the farmers to do that. Investment was very low. Even if the farmer wanted to adopt a technology, right, money was not there. That is the reason. So refer to the adoption of better or newer technology to increase production as well as productivity. And come to the last one, self-reliance. Atmanirbharata. Have you heard of this? Atmanirbharata, right? So the idea of Atmanirbharata is not new for Indian economy. Even in the earlier 5-year plans, we have actually used, right, the concept of Atmanirbharata. Now, what was given in the self-reliance? Please remember the points here. India was dependent on import of capital machinery. Point number one. India was dependent on import of capital machineries or import of raw materials. Heavily dependent. India was dependent on foreign aid. India was dependent on foreign aid. We used to borrow from other countries. We used to borrow from global agencies, foreign aid. India was import dependent on food grains. India was dependent on the import of food grains. For example, we imported a lot of food grains from USA. From USA, we ended up importing a lot of food grains. Right? Reason was simple. Production was comparatively lesser compared to demand. Compared to demand, production was lesser. So that is a precise reason. We were dependent on foreign aid. We were dependent on import of food grains. We were dependent on technology. We were dependent on machinery, raw materials, etc. So Government of India decided, let's focus on Atmanirbharata or self-reliance. That was also one of the objectives under the 5-year plans. How are we going to achieve self-reliance under this? I'll give a very simple idea here. Right? For many decades in India, we followed a concept of import substitution. We followed a concept of import substitution. Remember this. There was a policy called as import substitution that was promoted by the government. What is the idea of import substitution? If a product can be manufactured in India, as far as possible, prohibit import of it. Try to produce in the domestic market and use the domestically produced goods. Do not allow the imports to come into India. Right? Let me give a very simple example. Imagine this marker is produced in India. If this is produced in India, government would do everything in its power to reduce the import of the marker. Right? So what is happening here? The domestically produced good will be consumed in place of imported good. That is the policy of import substitution. Right? So for many decades, we followed the concept of import substitution. Right? And the idea of a self-reliance, concept of self-reliance was mentioned in different 5-year plans. For example, it was mentioned in 3rd 5-year plan. It was mentioned in the 4th 5-year plan. It was mentioned in the 7th 5-year plan, etc. Right? So these were the long-term objectives or the goals that the Planning Commission had set up for Indian economy. Done? Now, let me enter into individual 5-year plans. Individual 5-year plans. So these are the 12 5-year plans. I have given you, right, a table, very simple table here, where 24 numbers are there. Where only 24 numbers are there. Right, first 5-year plan, what was the target, what we were able to achieve. Second 5-year plan, what was the target? What we were able to achieve. Third 5-year plan, what was the target? What we were able to achieve. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, should we remember the table? My recommendation, no. This is my advice to you. Don't by heart, right, the whole 24 numbers. I'll tell you why. Right, there are 24 numbers here, and all the 24 numbers are different to each other. It's not just by hearting 24 numbers, it's by hearting sequentially the correct numbers. I hope you understand the problem here, and don't take it as a challenge. I am not challenging any one of you. Please do not take it as a challenge, and just to prove me wrong, don't spend 1 month to by heart the table. First 5-year plan, specific set of numbers are there, 2.1%, 3.6%. Second 5-year plan, 4.5%, 4.3%. You will have to keep on by hearting exactly the combination of the numbers. First, second, third, like this. Not easy, don't do that. But then what can be asked in UPSC? Please have a look at the table and let me know which is the first 5-year plan where we were able to achieve 6% GDP growth rate. Let me know. Observe the table and let me know which is the first ever 5-year plan. First ever 5-year plan where we were able to achieve 6% GDP growth rate. Right? All of you will agree? It is the 7th 5-year plan. It is the 7th 5-year plan, and 6 number, that is the 6% is a good number. It's a very good number. Right? So argument is these kind of questions can be asked. These kind of questions can be asked by UPSC. Please be very careful. Do not by heart all the numbers. Not required. Very difficult. Don't do that. Okay. Now, apart from this, my recommendation, remember the first 5-year plan also. Right? Remember the first 5-year plan. Why? It's a first one. Obviously, it's a first one. Right? Anything that is done for the first time, for example, a direct benefit transfer, or for that matter, 5-year plans, or for that matter, let's say Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, etc. The first 5-year plan always is relevant. Right? So 2.1% was the target. We were able to overachieve it, 3.6%. Right? So it was a very, very successful plan for India. Very successful plan for India. Okay, so first 5-year plan, important. 7th 5-year plan is important. 12th 5-year plan, we have discontinued in between, right? Just remember that. Now, let me enter into individual 5-year plans, right? And please, before I start, lot of data I'll give it to you. Listen to the lecture carefully. Focus on the lecture. Listen to the lecture. Let me start. First 5-year plan. The first 5-year plan was implemented from 51 to 56. 51 to 56. Point number 2. At this point of time, we were dependent, right, regarding food grains. We were, right, suffering because of higher price levels in the domestic market. And that is the precise reason the focus of the first 5-year plan was agriculture sector. The focus of the first 5-year plan was agriculture sector. And I'll tell you the context also. I will tell you the context. All of you will agree? After independence, right, or even before independence, partition was done. I hope you understand. Partition happened between India and Pakistan. From one country, it was divided into 2 countries. Sir, why should I read partition here? How many of you know Pakistan also has very important agriculture areas? Right, in the region which was given to Pakistan, important agriculture sector output was done from that area. And when the partition was done, do you think population was divided equally between Pakistan and India? Right? Anybody who says that? Population was equally divided? No. Very important agriculture region, right, surrounding Punjab went into Pakistan. There's a Punjab again in Pakistan as well. And on the other hand, disproportionate population, highest population was right in Indian economy, or was in Indian region. So supply of agriculture sector was cut off. Supply of agriculture sector output was cut off. Second, in the Pakistan region, certain important raw materials were also available, which was supplied to rest of India. Example, cotton. So have a look at this. Highest population into India. Raw material supply cut off. Agriculture sector, some of the important areas went into Pakistan. So what should be your natural inference here? What should be the focus area of first 5-year plan? Focus was agriculture sector. Done. So the focus in the first 5-year plan was agriculture sector. And we were able to achieve very good agriculture output. Because the focus was on agriculture sector, we were able to achieve good output. Prices were controlled. Agriculture output increased, right? And this was the duration when Government of India also decided we should construct irrigation projects in India. We should construct irrigation projects. Why agriculture sector again? Irrigation projects or big irrigation projects, large irrigation projects always provide a benefit to agriculture sector. That is the reason major irrigation projects were also announced in the first 5-year plan. But please understand this, the first 5-year plan and second 5-year plan is associated with one economy model very famously referred to as Harrod-Domer model. There is one model in economy, Harrod-Domer model. And by the way, because I've written a dash here, what is the indication of a dash? Harrod was one economist, Domer was another economist. Two different economists have given a proposal. We have clubbed the proposals, which is referred to as a Harrod-Domer model. Now, what is this Harrod-Domer model? Please have a look at the formula here. What is this Harrod-Domer model? Harrod-Domer model will provide the connection between growth, savings, and capital output ratio. Harrod-Domer model will provide the connection between growth, savings, and capital output ratio. That is, as per this model, if you want to achieve a higher growth rate, savings rate should increase, capital output ratio should decrease. I'll tell you why. Have patience. As per this theory, if the country wants to achieve a higher growth rate, savings in the economy should increase, capital output ratio should decrease. Now, anybody has a problem with this first point? If the savings in the economy increases, we will be able to achieve a higher growth rate. Any problem? Anybody on the 21st class or in the 21st class in the economy says, sir, how higher savings will contribute to higher growth in the economy? Right? Earlier also, some time ago, I've discussed savings rate were very low, investment was low. As a result of this, right, production was very low. So higher savings always will lead to higher or will always contribute to higher growth rate. But what is the second idea? What is the second concept here? Capital output ratio. Right? What is the idea of a capital output ratio and why we should reduce it? Follow the explanation here. Capital output ratio simply refers to how many units of the capital you must spend to get 1 unit of output. I'll repeat it. Capital output ratio simply refers to how many units of the capital you must be spending to get 1 unit of output. Meaning what? Imagine you are a manufacturer. You want to manufacture this marker. You are spending 6 rupees to get 1 unit of output. You are spending 6 rupees to get 1 unit of output. Can I call this 6 as capital output ratio? Let me know. Can I call this 6 as capital output ratio? Any problem? Question number 2. Question number 2 here. What would you prefer? A higher capital output ratio or a lower capital output ratio? Think of this. Think of this. It's a very simple idea, by the way. Right? What would you prefer? A higher capital output ratio or a lower capital output ratio? Don't you think lower capital output ratio basically means production is higher in the economy? Right? Thankfully, none of you said higher. Thanks a lot. None of you said higher. All of you have, whatever answers you have given, you have said lower. Thanks a lot for that. What is the meaning of that? Imagine you are spending 100 rupee. The total capital you have is 100 rupee. Example 1, capital output ratio is 5. Example 2, capital output ratio is let's say 10. Don't you think in the first example, with the same amount of capital, you'll be able to produce more? Let me know. Right? In case of the first example, with the same amount of capital, you'll be able to produce more. Now look at the formula. Please look at the formula. If you want to achieve higher growth rate, increase savings and reduce the capital output ratio. Don't you think it perfectly holds correct? It's perfect. That is, if the capital output ratio for India goes down, your growth will increase. If your savings increases, your growth will also automatically start increasing. This is the application of Harrod-Domer model. Harrod-Domer model. Right? G is equal to, I'll write in a short now, G is equal to S upon R. If you want to achieve higher G, increase S and reduce R. This is basically Harrod-Domer model. Now, we have slightly modified it. Slight modification is there. What is a slight modification? Rather than simply writing capital output ratio, in the denominator, we'll write incremental capital output ratio. In the denominator, I will make a modification here. I will write it as incremental capital output ratio. Sir, what do you mean by incremental capital output ratio? Let me start with an example. Imagine between 1950 to 1980. Imagine, I'll just take hypothetical numbers here so that you understand easier calculation for me. Between 1950 to 1980, total amount of investment, capital investment is 100 crore rupees. Total amount of investment that you have done is 100 crore rupees. And total output that you are able to get is 20 crore units. This is the capital. This is the output. This is the production. Can I basically say capital output ratio here is 5? Any problem? Capital output ratio here is 5. Any problem? Can I go to the next point here? Let me know. Any problem? Total investment is 100 crore. Output is 20 crore. So what is the capital output ratio? 5. Now, a question for you people. Can you find out, using this data, can you find out in the last 1 year how much money you have invested, and as a result of this, how much is the increase in the production? Look at the numbers and tell me. Looking at this data or using this data, you will be able to calculate what is the capital output ratio for 3 decades. But can you find out last year how much was your investment, and as a result of that, how much was the rise in the production? How much was the increase in the production? Will you be able to find out? One student says yes. Right? I don't want to take the name, but you already know who has said yes. Let me know how. The one who is saying yes, please tell me how. How is that possible? Do you know how much was invested in the last year? Do you know how much was the capital invested last year? No. Do you know what was the rise in the production in last year? Again, no. How can you calculate for last 1 year? So what is the problem here? Whenever you talk about capital output ratio, you will not be able to find out what is the effectiveness of the capital invested in the last specific duration. In the last 1 year, no idea. In the last 5-year plan, no idea. Why? You have taken total investment, total output. How can you find out effectiveness of your capital in the previous time period? But let me ask you third question now. Don't you want to find out, or is it not correct if I say that over a period of time, capital output ratio should reduce? Think of this and answer. Over a period of time, capital output ratio should reduce. That is, what was your capital output ratio in 1950? It should not be higher in 1980. It should not be higher. It should be lower in 1980. Why? You will have better skilled labor. Is it not? Between 1950 to 1980, what do you expect? You still expect in 1980 cost of technology to be very high? You still expect old technology will be used in the companies? You still expect unskilled labor to be used? Of course, no. Don't you think 1950 to 1980, you will have better technology now? Productivity would be much, much higher. You'll be able to get access to better labor now. So what should happen to capital output ratio in 1950 and 1980? Is it okay if I say capital output ratio should keep on reducing? Right? What was the COR in 1950? It should be reduced by 1980. It should be reduced by 2020. It should be lower by 2024. That represents efficiency. That represents a movement towards efficiency. Whatever capital you are investing, it is very efficient. Capital efficiency. Done? It should represent capital efficiency. Now that is the precise reason. What we do is, rather than using only the capital output ratio, I will use one more term here, incremental capital output ratio. What do you mean by incremental capital output ratio? It basically measures with the change in the capital. Let's say last 1 year, how much more capital has been invested. I repeat, in the last 1 year, how much capital has been invested, and because of this capital investment, how much is the increase in the production. I'll repeat it again. Understand the logic here. In the last 1 year, in the last 5 years, etc., how much capital I've invested, and as a result of this, how much is the rise in the production. That is basically called as incremental capital output ratio, or in short, ICAR. Now tell me, should ICAR be higher or lower? What do you expect? Should ICAR be higher or lower? What would you want, right? What is representing efficiency? ICAR should be ICAR should be lower. Some of you are saying higher. Why? Some of you are saying higher. Don't do that. Right? It's a basic idea. Just like capital output ratio, let's say last 1 year, you have invested 10 crore rupees. You want this capital to be efficient or inefficient? Efficient. But how do you find out whether this is efficient or not? Incremental capital output ratio, if it is lower, meaning what? Rather than spending, let's say 7 rupees to produce 1 unit, you are spending 5 rupees to produce the same unit. Does it not represent lower ICAR? Let me know in the last 1 year only, right? Whatever money you have spent, right? The capital output ratio has actually reduced from 7 rupees to 5 rupees. Does it not represent capital efficiency? Yes, it represents capital efficiency. And because it is efficient, lower ICAR is always preferred. Lowering of ICAR is actually preferred. It is good for the economy. But what has been happening in the context of India? Because of unavailability of raw material, because of a higher cost of, let's say, the labor, etc., the incremental capital output ratio in case of India has been increasing. It has been increasing. In 2016 and 17, it was 3.8, meaning in 16 and 17, you were spending 3.8 rupees to produce one unit. In 2018 and 19, for production of 1 unit, you are spending 4.9 rupees. In 2019 and 20, you are spending 6.9 rupees to produce 1 unit. Right? That is basically the rising ICAR, which represents a lowering of capital efficiency in the market. Right? So this is basically the idea of a Harrod-Domer model. Remember the logic. G is equal to S upon R. R should be reducing, Yes, it should be increasing. Now, first 5-year plan, remember this. The first 5-year plan and the second 5-year plan, we followed Harrod-Domer model. We adopted the Harrod-Domer model in the first as well as second 5-year plan. Done? Now, first 5-year plan, was it successful? I hope remember the data. First 5-year plan, was it successful? Yes. The target was 2.1%. We were able to achieve 3.6%. Very, very successful. Now, let's shift to second 5-year plan. Second 5-year plan is known for Mahalanobis strategy, or else it is also famously referred to as heavy industrialization policy. Heavy industrialization policy. Heavy industrialization policy. Mahalanobis strategy or heavy industrialization policy. Now, what is this idea of a Mahalanobis strategy or heavy industrialization? By the way, Mahalanobis basically is name of a person. There was a statistician in India by the name of P.C. Mahalanobis. P.C. Mahalanobis, very well-known statistician. Right? In fact, Indian Statistical Institute. Have you heard of this? ISI. Again, don't go to the other side of the border when I say ISI. Indian Statistical Institute. Indian Statistical Institute. He was the brain behind ISI. Again, remain in India. P.C. Mahalanobis was the brain behind Indian Statistical Institute. Right, so very well-known statistician in India. The second 5-year plan was actually proposed, right? He was the main architect of the second 5-year plan, hence called as heavy industrialization. And what did we do in the heavy industrialization policy? The argument was very simple. Rather than focusing on the agriculture sector, and understand the context here, because the first 5-year plan was very successful, right? We felt, okay, no need to focus on agriculture now, we'll focus on industries. And that is the reason why industrial policy of 1956 is also very important. Do you remember what happened in IP 1956? Yesterday's discussion. Do you remember? Sorry, day for yesterday's discussion. IP 1956. What was the major change in the IP 1956? Most of the industries now were brought under the control of Government of India. Right? Were brought under the control of Government of India. Right? Now look at this. Heavy industrialization policy. So the argument was simple. We want to achieve a higher growth rate. How can we achieve higher growth rate? Reduce capital output ratio. Reduce the COR, capital output ratio. And how we will be able to reduce capital output ratio? Set up more and more industries. Keep on establishing more and more industries. Bring these industries under the monopoly, that is the control of Government of India. Simply bring them under the control of Government of India, increase the investment, create jobs, right? Demand will be there, supply will also be there. I hope you understand. Demand will be there, supply will also be there. Now, can I use the same statement in case of Harrod-Domer model? Can I say Harrod-Domer model? Look at the formula and tell me now. Can I say Harrod-Domer model talks about both supply forces and demand forces in the market? I'll repeat it. Harrod-Domer model, look at the formula and tell me, talks about both the supply as well as the demand forces in the market. Is it not talking about both of them, supply and demand? Yes. Right, some of you are saying no. My dear, please make an observation. It is talking about both supply and demand. Capital output ratio. You tell me, capital output ratio, right? Don't you think it is talking about supply? It is talking about supply. And when the savings are higher, what does it indicate? When the savings are higher, what does it indicate? Basically, incomes are higher. This is talking about demand. This is talking about demand. So it is talking about the demand as well as supply. Please be very careful. These are very tricky statements. Very, very tricky statements. But once you make an observation and understand it, even if UPSC will ask you after, right, let's say 2 years, you will be able to answer it. And I hope nobody will wait for 2 years. Next year itself, or your first attempt, you will get through UPSC. Right? Otherwise, generally the students have 5-year plans in UPSC. Right? The idea of 5-year plans. So first year, I'll make notes. Second year, I will revise. fourth year, right, I will become serious, and fifth year, I will crack UPSC. Right, be very careful. Be very careful. In case of India, 5-year plans have not been very successful. Okay, so second 5-year plan. Second 5-year plan, heavy industrialization policy. Right, right, heavy industrialization policy. What did we focus here was, we wanted to establish lot of industries. And the argument was, we will establish the industries, we will produce in India, employment will be generated, automatically the demand will also start increasing. But there is a problem here. What is the problem? You want to set up industries, you want to produce in India, don't you think it will promote more and more imports? Let me know. Don't you think it will promote more and more imports? Why? You want a machine. Is it available in India? And you're talking about 1956. You're talking about 1956. You want a machine to produce, right, something, you will import it. And at this point of time, please remember this, the savings rate in case of India was very, very low. Savings rate in case of India was very low. If the savings rate is already very low, from where will you get the investments then? From where will you get the investment? That's the reason we dependent on foreign aid. We were heavily dependent on foreign aid. This policy in fact led to more and more borrowings from the external market. The whole idea was, we'll produce more in the domestic market, supply more in the domestic market, employment will be generated, import dependence will come down, we'll be able to promote growth in the Indian economy. But what it actually led to was exactly opposite. Exactly opposite. Investments are very low, savings are very low, you started borrowing more money. So foreign aid, foreign dependency increased. You want to produce more goods, you will require capital goods for that. So what happened to imports? Imports also started increasing. Right? That is the biggest problem related to Mahalanobis plan. That's the biggest issue related to Mahalanobis plan. So second 5-year plan, 56 to 61, right? It was basically focused on two types of industries. One is consumer goods. One is the production of consumer goods. Second one is heavy industries. Now all of you will understand consumer goods. Anybody has a problem with the term consumer goods? For example, the laptop that you're using right now, or the tablet or the mobile that you're using right now, with AC running, with AC, right, or a TV running, radio running, etc., all of those are capital goods. Somebody would be drinking tea, that's a capital good. Some of you will say, sir, biscuit, capital good. I'm sorry, consumer good, not capital good, consumer good. So consumer goods was promoted. What about heavy industrialization or heavy industries? Please remember this. Heavy industries refers to those industries where investments are very, very high. Where investments, employment requirement, and in addition to this, the output is also very high. What do you mean by heavy industries? Investment requirement, employment requirement, output is higher, hence called as heavy industries. For example, steel industry. Let me know, in case of steel industries, how much money do you think companies are investing? Right? How much money do you think they are investing? Thousands of crores of rupees. All of you will agree? Right? Thousands of crores of rupees. Or else shipbuilding, right? Aeroplane manufacturing, etc. All these are basically the examples of heavy industrialization. So the focus was promote heavy industrialization and also promote production of consumer goods. Okay, increase the national income as well as the rate of investment. Right, it was not possible. Right, that was a problem with this. 3 steel plants were also built during this particular plan. One at Rourkela, second one at Bhilai, and third one at Durgapur. Right, so again, like I've already mentioned, this plan was not very successful, because if you remember the data, right, 4.8%, and we were able to achieve, 4.5%, we were able to achieve only 4.3%. Not very successful. right? And again, understand this, one of the criticism related to this, right? Remember the point here. One of the criticism related to this was there was one more set of economists, experts, who criticized the concept of heavy industrialization. And as an opposition to heavy industrialization, they proposed one more theory, which is called as wage good theory, which is referred to as wage good model or wage good theory. And the two experts or two economists who are associated with wage good theory in case of India are, right, Professor Vakil and Brahmananda. Right, two experts who are associated with this are the Vakil, that is one person's name is Vakil and another person name is Brahmananda. Very, very well known in case of India, that is specifically planning. Don't search for these in the books, they don't have it. Right, I've checked, most of the books do not have it. But understand the logic here. What was the proposal? This was given by Vakil and Brahmananda. This was referred to as a wage good theory. The argument that was put forward by these economists was that government of India should not promote development of heavy industries, rather they should promote wage goods. They should promote wage goods. Now you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by wage goods? Those goods which will be purchased by a common man through the wages. All of you will agree with me? Those kind of goods which will be purchased by Aam Aadmi, such as you, such as me, using the wages, were referred to as a wage goods. Right? Can I give you an example here? Clothes, food grains, etc. Any problem with this? Let me know. And please understand, you are talking about 1960s. You are talking about 1960s. Do not apply the logic today. Sir, I will purchase mobile phone. You have not written it. 1956, my dear, you are talking about that time period. Right? Where was the mobile phone at that point of time? Sir, smart TV, computer, nothing of that sort. Clothing, food grains. Any problem? Can I call these as wage goods? What was the argument of Mr. Vakil and Brahmananda was, they recommended that rather than focusing on the heavy industries, right now the focus should be on production of wage goods. Why? Can I say that people will consume wage goods, right? No matter what, people will continue to consume wage goods. And if the wage goods are produced in sufficient quantity, people will continue to consume, and this will improve the productivity of the workers. This will improve the productivity of the workers. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, how wage goods will improve the productivity? My dear, look at the second example. Let me know. Look at the second example and tell me, is the availability of food grains sufficient quantity at lower prices? Is it not going to affect your productivity? Let me know. If, sir, right, rice is available, but what if the rice cost is 50 rupees per kg? What if the cost of the rice is 50 rupees per kg? Is it going to add to productivity of workers in the market? Absolutely no. So the argument which was put forward by the Vakil and Brahmananda strategy was, don't focus on heavy industries, focus on wage goods first. Produce and supply in sufficient quantity. If food grains are there in sufficient quantity, supply is sufficient, market prices automatically will be moderate, will be controlled. And if the prices are affordable, workers will consume it, it will add to the productivity. And over a period of time, when the productivity will increase, we can introduce other type of industries. So focus should not be on heavy industries, focus should be on wage goods. This theory is referred to as a wage good theory. This is referred to as wage good theory. So this is the second 5-year plan. Third 5-year plan, 61 to 66. Third 5-year plan, 61 to 66. Again, look at the focus now. Look at the focus now. Again, the focus was back on agriculture sector. Government started promoting agriculture sector. But again, even the third 5-year plan, there was a problem with this. What was the problem? During this particular period of time, there was a situation of drought. Multiple states experienced a drought situation. Point number one. Point number two, India fought two wars. India fought two wars. one with Pakistan, second one with China. That is one in 1962, second one in 1965. Now you tell me, if there's a drought, what will happen to agriculture sector? Agriculture sector suffered. If there is a war, right, in fact not one war, two war, what will happen to utilization of resources? For example, money. Where do you think government of India will start spending more and more money? In social welfare or defense sector? Think of it. And all these are basic logical arguments. Where do you think government will spend more and more money? In promotion of social welfare, in promotion of agriculture sector, or in defense? Obviously defense. So because of the situation of a drought, because of the two wars that were fought by the government like this, right, the third five-year plan was a thorough failure. In fact, it was stopped, right, well before 1966 itself. And that is the precise reason. Have a look at this. Right, there was a huge impact on the plan, and as a result of this, after the third five-year plan, government of India said, let's discontinue the five-year plans for some years. Let's not implement one more five-year plan. Let's take a break, implement annual plans. And that is the reason from 66 to 69, there were 3 annual plans which were implemented. 3 annual plans were implemented. But apart from the focus on the agriculture sector, we also focused on basic industries. Now, what do you mean by basic industries here? Whenever the output of the industry will be used as an input in other industries. I'll repeat the statement. What do you mean by basic industries? Whatever is the output of this industry will be used by other industries. Such industries are referred to as basic industries. So now the focus was also on promotion of basic industries apart from agriculture sector. Apart from agriculture sector. Right, so this is the third five-year plan. After third five-year plan, 3 annual plans. Now we will enter into the fourth five-year plan. Fourth FYP, fourth five-year plan, which was implemented from 1969 to 1974. 1969 to 1974. Now, under the fourth five-year plan, we wanted to achieve, the objective was very simple. We wanted to go for self-reliance. We wanted to achieve a higher growth. Okay, self-reliance as well as growth. Point number 2, the recommendation, right? There was a committee set up, Gadgil committee. And based on the recommendations of the Gadgil, right? Gadgil was one of the very important economists, part and parcel of the five-year plan. Now, there was one formula that was recommended by Mr. Gadgil, and this formula was actually used by the government to provide resources to the states. Remember this. What is the idea for Gadgil formula? Gadgil formula was given, and again, do not confuse between Gadgil and the Finance Commission. Finance Commission talks about tax devolution. I'll repeat it. Finance Commission talks about tax devolution. Gadgil formula is not about tax devolution. The Gadgil formula will be used to provide resources for the states for implementation of the five-year plans. For the implementation of five-year plans, how the resources should be allocated, there is one formula used by the government. Again, when I say government, Planning Commission, that is a Gadgil formula. But over a period of time, even this Gadgil formula was changed. Why? Post 1990, there was one economist, very well known in case of India. You would have heard of the name, Pranab Mukherjee, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee. Right, Pranab Mukherjee. Right, what is the importance of Mr. Pranab Mukherjee? He was the president of India, right, ex-president. But please understand, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee was also earlier member of Planning Commission. Right, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee earlier was a member of Planning Commission. So when he was the member of Planning Commission, they set up one more committee, Mukherjee Committee, to look at how the resources would be allocated to the states. And that is the precise reason, post 1990, rather than simply using Gadgil formula, we introduced one more formula referred to as a Gadgil-Mukherjee formula. Gadgil-Mukherjee formula. Done? Right, so to begin with, we had Gadgil formula. What is the importance of Gadgil formula? How the resources will be given to the states, on what basis the resources will be allocated to states for implementation of 5-year plans. After 1990, Gadgil-Mukherjee formula was restructured, and again the resources were distributed, but later it was referred to as Gadgil-Mukherjee formula. So fourth 5-year plan, right? 1 point, Gadgil formula for allocation of resources. Focus was on growth, focus was on self-reliance. Fourth very important point. In the fourth 5-year plan, concept of family plans was introduced by the government. Please remember this. Concept of family plans was introduced by the government. Sir, how do I remember it? For in case of polity, all of you remember the importance of 1971? Polity is over for your batch. That's the reason I'm asking you. Right? In the context of polity, all of you remember what is the importance of 1971, the year 1971. If you talk about, let's say, voting rights, delimitation of constituencies, presidential elections, which population is taken as a standard? 1971. Can you connect it now? Can you connect a dot and say, okay then, 1974, 69 to 1974, fourth 5-year plan, family planning as a concept was promoted by the government. Okay, apart from this, the fourth 5-year plan is also known for introduction of buffer stocks. Because buffer stocks is there in the newspaper very often, please remember this. The concept of buffer stocks. Did we discuss buffer stock earlier? Let me know. Did we discuss the idea of a buffer stock earlier? Agriculture sector. Yes, by the way. When was it introduced? In the fourth 5-year plan. In the fourth 5-year plan, the idea of a buffer stock was actually introduced. Okay, and again, think of this also, right? It makes perfect economic rational sense. When did we start implementing Green Revolution? When was the MSP introduced? Right? What was the duration? Same plan. Right? Don't you think when you are introducing Green Revolution, production will increase? Production automatically will increase. Will you be able to store more and more food grains for emergencies now? Of course, the answer is yes, buffer stock. Right? This is how you connect the dots. Just connect the dots, automatically realize, okay, it makes perfect economic sense to introduce concept of buffer stock in the fourth 5-year plan. Okay, so fourth 5-year plan is also known for introduction of buffer stock. Fifth point related to fourth 5-year plan, it is also very well known for promotion of regional level planning. It is also very well known for promotion of regional level planning. That is, it started promoting the concept of making plans region wise. For region level planning, the proposal was put forward in 69 to 74. So these are certain very important points. Apart from this, the nationalization of the banking, Green Revolution, etc. All the points are associated with the concept of fourth 5-year plan. Done, 69 to 74. Now fifth 5-year plan, 74 to 79. Important. Fifth 5-year plan. Some of you are asking for a break. Let me cover certain plans. Maybe at around 8 o'clock, we'll take the break. Don't worry, I'll give you a break. Have patience. Fifth 5-year plan. Right. Again, the focus was on, right, please be very careful. Right. The fifth 5-year plan, the focus was on eradication of poverty. Eradication of poverty. So please understand this. If you remember earlier, I told you, right? Earlier, I told you, initially for first couple of plans, the focus was on achieving growth. Focus was on achieving growth. Why? We believe that if I can achieve growth, trickle down theory will work out and automatically all the sections will work out. But I've told you, it is not so. The trickle down theory will not work out. Right, and that is the precise reason. Basically, from the fourth, fifth, etc., you will see that government will change their policies. Government will start changing the policies rather than only achieving growth. Now, we'll start to have policies to eradicate poverty. We'll start implementing policies to target poverty directly. Right, and one of the best examples for this is 74 to 79, the fifth 5-year plan, the central theme was Garibi Hatao. Right, the focus of the fifth 5-year plan was Garibi Hatao. right? So one of the important areas which was covered here was Garibi Hatao. Now you will ask me a question, sir, how will we hatao Garibi? How will how will we basically eradicate poverty? And that's a precise reason. Remember this, the fifth 5-year plan is known for 20-point program. It is known for 20-point program. Please remember this, right? It was a known policy, or basically the government at this point of time introduced a policy, Pradhan Mantri or Prime Minister 20-point program. Right, under 20-point program, you don't have to remember all the 20 points. Is it okay? If you look at it, you will automatically realize out of the 20 points, one of them will be slum development, second will be providing housing, third one will be education, fourth one will be drinking water supply, etc. So we targeted 20 points, and hence this was called as a Prime Minister's 20-point program. And later, when Mr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister, we restructured the 20-point program again, and we implemented during the UPA period. Right? So the idea was very simple here. Idea was very simple. We'll target poverty. We'll have a frontal assault on the poverty. Through what? Through various programs. One of them was 20-point program. Another scheme, very important, remember the name of the scheme, IRDP. IRDP stands for Integrated Rural Development Program. Integrated Rural Development Program. And please understand my agenda here. Remember the name of the scheme. Don't start reading all these schemes in detail. Not at all required. Why? Every 5-year plan has hundreds of schemes. You will not be able to complete it. You are simply wasting your time. Integrated Rural Development Program. Government implemented a program by the name of IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program. So on one side, 20-point program, right? In addition to this, right, basically the Integrated Rural Development Program, and the agenda of the government was, the focus of the government was alleviation of poverty, eradication of poverty. Apart from this, controlling inflation, stabilizing the growth in the economy, right? And there was a change in the government. I've already mentioned this. There was a change in the government, and as a result of this, fifth 5-year plan was discontinued midway, and we implemented rolling plans from 1978. Again, it was a 5-year plan. It was also discontinued in 1980, and the sixth 5-year plan again was reintroduced. Okay, so the sixth 5-year plan, 1980 to 85. Sixth 5-year plan, 1980 to 85. Important points. Sixth 5-year plan is important. I'll tell you why. Right, look at the duration, 1980 to 85. Now, Government of India started focusing on infrastructure promotion. Government of India started focusing on infrastructure promotion. We started promoting the development of infrastructure. Why? Higher infrastructure expenditure automatically will lead to, right, multiplier effect. Automatically will lead to multiplier effect. Right? So infrastructure development was one of the focus areas. Second important point, right? Allocations. For the first time, government started allocating funds for reducing regional disparities. Sir, what do you mean by regional disparities? Simple. Imagine this is a state. How many of you believe that all the districts in the state, the whole region in the state will be developed? Let me know. Imagine this is one state. Do you think the whole region of the state will be equally developed? Of course, no. What you will generally see is certain regions, right? Certain regions are very well developed. Industries are set up here, right? Labor availability is very high. Infrastructure is very good. Per capita income in this region generally higher. Right? So this is one part of the state. What about the remaining part of the state? Don't you think slums will be very, very high? Right? Infrastructure will be inferior. Employment prospects are very, very low, etc. Can I call this as a regional disparity? Let me know. Can I call this as a regional disparity, regional imbalances? So throughout India, you could see certain pockets in India where the growth rate was very good. Infrastructure was good. Promotion of industrialization was being done. But in other parts of India, they were lying behind. Right? For example, there was a concept earlier called as a Bimaru state. I'm pretty sure some of you heard of this. There was a concept earlier referred to as Bimaru states. Right? That is Bihar, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, etc. They were collectively referred to as a Bimaru state, Bimaru group. But again, we do not use it today. Right? We do not use it today. Earlier, that concept was there, Bimaru states. So what was the logic here? From one region to another region, there is a regional imbalance. Regional inequalities are there. So government in the 6th 5-year plan started allocating funds for it. To address the regional disparities, it started allocating funds. So as usual, right, you will also see certain reforms will be implemented to address poverty, minimum needs program, National Rural Employment Program, NREP, right, certain programs to address poverty, certain initiatives to address regional imbalances, etc., promotion of infrastructure. These are certain very, very important points regarding 6th 5-year plan. 6th 5-year plan. Don't worry, I'll give break. Break. I'll give break. Have patience. Listen to the sequence here. I'll give break after this. Okay, leave it. I'll give you a break after this. So 6th 5-year plan, these are the points. One more very important point associated with the 6th 5-year plan is that it was the first ever plan. It was the first ever plan to focus on gender issues. Remember this. It was the first 5-year plan to focus even on gender issues, right? So gender issues, women empowerment, regional disparities, etc. This was the first 5-year plan. First 5-year plan to focus on all of this. Done? Right? So these are certain important points regarding the 6th 5-year plan. Now, let me take a break. But before the break, any concerns, any issues, right? Any issues that you people have, let me know. Sir, in Nitin Singhania, IRDP is given under the 6th 5-year plan. I generally see this question being asked because I'll tell you. IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program, if you type it in the Google, they'll show 1974-75. Right? What is the logic here? Initially, it was implemented in the 5th 5-year plan. Later in the 6th 5-year plan, it was expanded to cover the whole of India. Many more districts were covered. That is the reason in some of the books they will write IRDP in 5th 5-year plan, and in some books they will write it in 6th 5-year plan. But when it was actually launched, it was in the 5th 5-year plan. It was in the 5th 5-year plan. Okay? Okay. Difference between capital output ratio and incremental capital output ratio. My dear, in the last 10 years, how much money you have invested? How much is the total output? That is a capital output ratio. Total investment, total output, capital output ratio. But if you simply find out, in the last 1 year, only in the last 1 year, how much money you have invested, and as a result of this, how much is the increase in the production? Only in the last 1 year or last 5 years, last 2 years, specifically targeting one time period. I hope you understand, specifically targeting one time period. Sir, what do you mean by this? Imagine from 1950 to 1979 and 1980. Let's say total investment is 100 crores, total output is 20 crores. You will get only capital output ratio. But out of this 100 crore, you invested 10 crore in the last 1 year. In the last 1 year, you invested 10 crore rupees. And out of this total output of 20 crore rupees, the total production which increased, that is the rise in the production in the last 1 year was 1 crore. This is an incremental capital output ratio. ICAR. ICAR, specific time period, capital output ratio, historical investment. Okay. Fifth 5-year plan, once again, if you ask me to explain the whole 5-year plan once again, it simply means you're not listening. So in case of fifth 5-year plan, the focus was on eradication of poverty. For this, we implemented many programs such as 20-point program and IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program. Apart from this, the focus was also on controlling inflation. Focus was on stabilizing the economic growth. Right. However, the fifth 5-year plan was not completely implemented because there was a change in the government. Right. There was a change in the government, and we introduced right a concept of rolling plan. Done. Okay. Right. Why second 5-year plan was not successful? You want to increase investment, but for increasing investment, you require savings. Please listen. That's the reason I keep on telling you. You people do not listen to me. What was the savings rate in Indian economy? Savings rate was very low. What will happen to investment then? Investments will be lower, right? So if investments are lower, your dependence on the foreign aid automatically increases. So the second 5-year plan increased our dependence on the foreign aid. You want capital machineries. They are not produced in India. You will end up importing. So imports increased. Dependency on foreign aid increased, right, etc. That's the reason I said second 5-year plan was not very successful. Done. Okay, let's take a break now. After the break, we'll start with the seventh 5-year plan. I'll start again at 8:17. I'll start again at 8:17. Okay, take a break. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Can we start now? Can we start? Let me know, give me a thumbs up or say yes, do something so that I'll understand that I'm audible. Done. Let's start. So 7-5-year plan, 85 to 90. 7th FYP, 85 to 90. Very well known plan. Why? As usual, the focus was on modernization, growth, as well as promotion of self-reliance. But apart from this, 7th 5-year plan, 85 to 90, it is known for achieving highest ever GDP growth rate before this. Highest ever GDP growth rate. Do you remember this? This was the first 5-year plan. The first 5-year plan where we were able to achieve 6% GDP growth rate. 6% GDP growth rate. The point number one. Point number two, 7th 5-year plan is also known for one more achievement, that is in the financial year 89. Financial year 89, FY 89, agriculture sector. The agriculture sector for the first time achieved a double-digit growth rate. Agriculture sector achieved a double-digit growth rate, that is 10.4%. Right, so two very important achievements of the 7th 5-year plan. First one is for the first time we were able to achieve a 6% GDP growth rate. Second, in the financial year 89, we were able to achieve a double-digit growth rate in the agriculture sector, that is somewhere around 10.4%. Somewhere around 10.4%. Apart from this, third very important point, 7th 5-year plan, it was basically indicating that the public sector investment would be moderating and private sector investments were actually increasing. Remember this. 7th 5-year plan, in case of the 7th 5-year plan, rather than writing public sector, let me write it directly, private sector. Private sector investments in the market were actually increasing. How much? In the 7th 5-year plan, for the first time ever, the public sector investment fell below 50% and private sector investment actually increased. It increased to a very high level. Right? That is the third very important achievement of the 7th 5-year plan. Apart from this, focus was on promotion of availability of employment opportunities, consumption of food, etc., etc. To achieve this, we also implemented many of the schemes. Many of the schemes such as Jawahar Rozgar Yojana was implemented. Small scale industries as well as food processing industries were promoted, and the focus on the development of infrastructure also was continued. And please remember this, this was also the duration when Government of India shifted the focus about exports and imports. The policy of import and export was actually shifted during this particular period. What do you mean by the focus got shifted? Until now, right, I'll simply say that we were focused on import substitution. Do you remember that? Until now, our focus was on import substitution. That is, we basically said, whatever we want to manufacture, we'll manufacture. And if it is available in the domestic market, we will not try to import it. We'll simply substitute the import with the good that is available in the domestic market. But do you think that is a very successful strategy? Let me know. How many of you believe that, right? That's a very, very successful strategy. That is where we will produce in India, will substitute the import. Very successful strategy. No, right? In an economy where you want to become a developed country, right? In a country where you want to achieve higher GDP, you know that you do not have sufficient industries in the domestic market. You do not have sufficient industries. So at that point of time, you will have to be dependent on the import. But at this point of time, we followed a concept of import substitution. And look at the problem now. Because we were importing, despite having import substitution, we were importing, you will require dollars. All of you will agree? You will require dollars. And because you require dollars, to have sufficient dollars, we used to export. I hope you understand the argument that I'm putting forward here. We followed an import substitution, but despite having that policy, we used to import lot of the goods, lot of the machinery, lot of raw material into India. If you're importing something, you'll have to pay in dollars. Where will you get the dollars? For that, we were promoting exports. But after this particular, right, sixth 5-year plans or 6 5-year plans, we changed our policy. What do you mean by changed our policy? Henceforth, exports were looked at as a driver of growth. Exports were treated as a driver of growth. How? We started implementing export-import policies. We started introducing the concept of export-import policy. For example, the first export-import policy was introduced in 1985 for 3 years in India. Is the logic okay? The first export-import policy, the latest, the name that you use right now is foreign trade policy. The name that you use right now is foreign trade policy. Earlier, it was not foreign trade policy. It was called as export-import policy. So the first EXIM policy was introduced for a duration of 3 years back in 1985. So the focus of Government of India started shifting, right? We shifted from import substitution to outward oriented policy. That is, we started promoting more and more exports. We started promoting more and more exports. So these are certain very important points regarding the 7th 5-year plan. 8th 5-year plan, look at the data there. 8th 5-year plan, 92 to 97. 8th 5-year plan, 92 to 97. What was the situation? What was the situation at this particular point of time? We were facing BOP crisis, right? Remittances had dried out in case of India, right? Basically, inflation rate was very high. Government expenditures, interest payments were very high, etc. So that is the reason LPG reforms were initiated by the government during the 8th 5-year plan. LPG reforms were initiated during the 8th 5-year plan. Point number 1. And as a result of a large number of reforms that were implemented by the government, we were able to achieve very good growth rates in the 8th 5-year plan, 6.8%. Third very important point, private sector investment. Private sector investment started increasing, and it makes perfect sense. Let me know if you disagree. Private sector investment was very, very high during the 8th 5-year plan. Sir, why should I remember all of this? Please understand this. How many of you believe that compared to public sector, private sector investment was very high in the first 4 to 5 year plans? Let me know. Compared to the government, that is a public sector investment, private sector investment was very high in case of Indian economy. No. Why? Look at the industrial policies. Look at the industrial policies, automatically you will understand. But over a period of time, what we have done? We have shifted from centralized planning to indicative planning. And when you say indicative planning, what is the indication of it? Private sector investment will keep on increasing, right? So 8th 5-year plan, LPG reforms are implemented because the situation in the economy was dire. We were able to achieve very good growth rate. Private sector investments ballooned during the 8th 5-year plan and have kept on increasing after this. Have kept on increasing in successive 5-year plans after this. Next very important point regarding the 8th 5-year plan. In case of 8th 5-year plan, we were able to achieve higher growth in exports. We were able to achieve higher growth in exports. And by the way, please remember this. In the 8th 5-year plan, we implemented one more EXIM policy. We implemented one more export-import policy. That was for the same 5-year duration, 92 to 97. One more export-import policy was implemented during the 8th 5-year plan. Right? So these kind of questions can be asked. Please be very careful. Improvement in trade as well as current account deficit, thanks to these kind of policies. Right? We were able to also control the fiscal deficit of the government. Right? These are certain important points regarding the 8th 5-year plan. But in addition to this, I would recommend, please remember one more point here. It is the first 5-year plan. It is the first 5-year plan to promote universal education. It was the first 5-year plan to promote concept of universal education. In fact, in the 8th 5-year plan, government had one provision where they basically said the people who are in the age group of 15 to 35 years, people who are in the age group of Okay, two of you are saying that there is an issue with the sound. Let me know others. Any issue with the sound? Any issue with the sound? Okay, done. Issue with the sound. Those who are saying issue with the sound, please click either refresh or hit on the right fix audio button. You will get it. Okay, let me continue. In fact, in the 8th 5-year plan, the government of India said, right, those who are in the age group of 15 to 35 years, they should be educated. We will provide education for them, universal education. Right, so these are certain very important points regarding 8th 5-year plan. Let me go to the next one. 9th 5-year plan. Right, well known for what? Look at the year, you will understand. 9th 5-year plan was basically the 5-year plan which was implemented in the 50th year of independence. At 50th year of independence, we were able to implement 9th 5-year plan. 9th 5-year plan was actually implemented. Point number one. Point number two. In the 9th 5-year plan, Government of India identified a certain requirements of every household, certain services that every household should get, and defined those services and call them as basic minimum services, BMS. I'll repeat it. In case of a 9th 5-year plan, we identified a certain services which would be required by all the houses, and we defined this as a basic minimum services. Right? Example, drinking water, primary healthcare facilities, universalization of education, public housing assistance, etc. And government wanted to achieve, right, basically achieve the objective of providing all these services to the houses. Right, and in fact, if you look at the evolution of planning in case of India, is it fair if I say for majority duration of planning, at least till let's say late 1990s, it was the duty of the government to provide education. It was the duty of the government to provide housing. It was the duty of the government to provide many more services. Right? That is exactly what you will see even in case of 9th 5-year plan. Done. Apart from this, investment from the private sector was very, very high during this period. Foreign investments started flowing into the domestic market in the form of foreign direct investment thanks to the earlier policies, that is LPG reforms introduced by the government. Plan also continued with the idea of fiscal consolidation. There was a discussion about FRBM. There was a discussion about fiscal responsibility and budget management, which was actually passed and implemented. In the later, that is in the 10th 5-year plan. Done. Right, so these are certain important points regarding the 9th 5-year plan. And remember this carefully. In the 9th 5-year plan, government also introduced, I'm checking whether I've written it. No, it is not written. Government introduced the concept of monitorable targets. Yes. Just a second. No, basic minimum services. Monitorable targets will come in the 10th 5-year plan. Correct. Monitorable targets will come in the 10th 5-year plan. 9th 5-year plan, basic minimum services, BMS. Done. So these are the points regarding the 9th. What about 10th 5-year plan? Government had a target of achieving 8% GDP growth rate. And right, understand this. Government introduced the concept of 11 monitorable targets. 11 monitorable targets. Now, many of you ask me, sir, how do I remember 11 monitorable targets? It's a 10th 5-year plan, and they introduced the concept of 11 monitorable targets. Okay. Now, what is this monitorable targets? Simple idea. We identified certain parameters, and we set up targets to be achieved under all these parameters. That is the reason these are referred to as 11 monitorable targets. For example, we wanted to reduce poverty by 5 percentage points. We wanted to ensure high quality employment will be provided to the people who are searching for the jobs. We wanted to ensure all the children will be there in the school by 2003. These are called as monitorable targets. Is it okay? Monitorable targets. So in the 10th 5-year plan, we introduced the concept of 11 monitorable targets, and we wanted to achieve all these 11 monitorable targets. Now let me ask you a very simple question. How many of you think that we were able to achieve these targets? Look at the numbers and let me know. And again, you do not have to be an expert regarding this. How many of you believe that we were able to achieve all of these 11 monitorable targets? No. In fact, the government, what they did was, for every state, remember this, for every state, these targets were given. These targets were given to every state, and all the states were asked to achieve these particular targets. For the first time it was done in the 10th 5-year plan. For the first time it was done, that is state-wise breakup of targets was given to them, right? In addition to these 11 monitorable targets, 10th 5-year plan is also known for FRBM, Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, right? Plus in the in the 10th 5-year plan, we also implemented foreign trade policy. Remember this, we also implemented foreign trade policy, right? Initially it was proposed from 2002 to 2007. Initially it was proposed. Later it was discontinued. 2002 to 2004 we implemented. Then from 2004 to 2009, one more foreign trade policy was actually implemented, right? So these are certain important points regarding 10th 5-year plan. 10th 5-year plan. Okay. Next, last two plans are there. After that, done and dusted. 11th 5-year plan, 2007 to 2012. 11th 5-year plan, 2007 to 2012. Now, what is this 11th 5-year plan? For the first time, the concept of inclusive growth was introduced. For the first time, the concept of inclusive growth was introduced. Now, what do you mean by inclusive growth? Inclusive growth refers to the pace and pattern of growth. It refers to what? The pace and pattern of growth. Let me explain this, right? So understand the logic here. So for the first time in the 11th 5-year plan, the inclusive growth as a concept was introduced. What is inclusive growth? It refers to the pace as well as a pattern of growth. Now, what do you mean by the pace as well as a pattern of the growth? Let me ask you a very simple question. Will you be okay? Will you be okay with Indian economy achieving $5 trillion GDP and having highest number of poor people in the world? Let me know. Are you okay with a situation wherein Indian economy will become $5 trillion? GDP will become equivalent to $5 trillion. But at the same point of time, the number of poor people in Indian economy are very, very high. Will you be okay with that? Absolutely no. You should not be okay with that. Why? We are able to achieve growth. But when the number of poor people in India will be very, very high, can I say that the benefit of the growth is not reaching to every section of the society? I'll repeat it again. We are able to achieve very high growth, no doubt. But can I also say that the benefit of the growth is not reaching to every section of the society? Every section of the society. That is, we are not able to ensure that the rising incomes, right, are not getting concentrated. People who are rich, they are becoming more rich. People who are poor are continuing to remain poor. Is it a good type of a growth? Is it a type of a growth that we want to achieve? Of course, no. So we should be able to achieve higher GDP, but at the same point of time, we should also ensure that we will not cause pollution. We will ensure that there is no income inequality. There is no concentration of the wealth. We will ensure all of it. That is called as a pattern of growth. I hope you understand. So whenever you talk about inclusive growth, you will be focused on the pace of the growth as well as a pattern of the growth, right? That is called as inclusive growth, right? So from the 11th 5-year plan, we introduced the concept of inclusive growth, right? We introduced the concept of inclusive growth from the 11th 5-year plan. One very important point. Second, let me add a natural inference related to this. How many of you believe northeastern states have been able to get the benefit of growth in the Indian economy? Let me know. This is how you connect the dots. This is how you connect the dots. How many of you are under the impression that the northeastern states also have been enjoying the growth benefits of Indian economy? No. Some of you are saying yes, absolutely no. Don't talk about today. We are in 2023. I'm talking about 2007 to 2012. No, that is a precise reason. In the 11th five-year plan, northeastern states were one of the focus. Northeastern states were also one of the focus areas of 11th five-year plan. Right? So that is the precise reason. Can you connect inclusive growth with easily the northeastern states? Right? That's a basic idea. So apart from this, right, we had a strategy for promoting inclusive development in case of India. We wanted to provide empowerment of women, empowerment of girl children, right, through education as well as a skill development. Gender inequality was supposed to be reduced. Clean drinking water by 2009. Again, same basic minimum services. Right, targets were set up for various areas such as GDP growth rate, agriculture sector, right, infrastructure, etc. Right, so these are certain very important points regarding 11th five-year plan. And the last one, right, the last headache point for you, 12th five-year plan. Right, 12th five-year plan was supposed to be implemented from 2012 to 2017. Central theme was again regarding inclusive growth. It was again regarding inclusive growth. We wanted to achieve faster, sustainable, and more inclusive growth. This was not implemented completely for 5 years, although there were 25 targets which were set up by the government in the 12th five-year plan. 2014 elections were conducted, a new party formed the government, and the new government believed there is no need of having a 5-year plan for India. And that is the precise reason Planning Commission abolished, 12th five-year plan discontinued, and we ended up establishing a new authority by the name of Niti Aayog starting from 2015. Starting from 2015. Right, so these are certain important points regarding 12th five-year plan. Done? Right, so this is the discussion regarding all the 12 five-year plans. I know I've given you a lot of data, lot of points are there in every five-year plan. This is my recommendation. Try to connect it with other policies like this so that you will understand the concepts easily. You'll understand the concepts easily, because now tell me, right, if UPSC will ask you from which five-year plan we started implementing indicative planning, if you know LPG reforms, can you easily come to conclusion 92 to 97? I hope you understand. 92 to 97. Which five-year plan is referred to as a heavy industrialization plan? 1956 plan. Why? Connected to industrial policy of 1956. Right? So connect the dots like this. It becomes easy for you to remember. Otherwise, everything is new for you. Everything is a new point for you. That's much more difficult. That is much more difficult. Done? Okay. So all the 12 five-year plans I've completed. What is the evaluation? What is the evaluation of all the 12 five-year plans? What are the achievements? What are the achievements? One, GDP growth rate has increased. No doubt. GDP growth rate has increased. Right? Earlier, the GDP growth rate, remember this. I'll introduce one more term for you. Hindu rate of growth. Hindu rate of growth. Again, most of you, this is the problem with most of the students. You will get stuck up with the first term. You'll simply get stuck up with the first term. Don't be worried about the term Hindu there. Don't worry about it, because the person who proposed it has not given any clarity why the term Hindu was used. Right? The person who has given this, the expert who has given this idea of Hindu rate of growth is a Professor Rajakrishna. Professor Rajakrishna. And very recently this was there in the newspaper. Right, one of the former RBI governor basically stated that we are very close to Hindu rate of growth now. We are very close to Hindu rate of growth. And what do you mean by Hindu rate of growth? Generally, whenever the growth rates are low, whenever the GDP growth rates are very low, right, somewhere around 3.5%, 4%, 3.5%, that rate of growth is referred to as a Hindu rate of growth. And during 1960s and 70s, we were achieving around that percentage itself. Right? For example, have a look at this. For the first 3 decades, after the implementation of the 5-year plans, the average growth rate was somewhere around 3.4% to 3.5%. The average growth rate in case of India was somewhere around 3.4 to 3.5%. So there was this argument that whatever government does, whatever policy that the government of India is implementing, we will not be able to achieve a higher growth rate. We will not be able to achieve more growth rate. And that is the precise reason the term Hindu rate of growth was used by Professor Raj Krishna. He was an economist, by the way. But please understand, after that, we have been able to achieve very good growth rates in India. Very good growth rates in India. For example, post 1990, if you take the average growth rate, it will generally come at around 5%. Don't worry about last couple of years. Last couple of years, there have been a lot of events which are beyond the control of the government. Can I say that the debacle that has happened in the Indian economy is more because of the pandemic, not because of the government policies? All of you understand, right? Whatever has happened in the last 2 years, right? The contraction in the Indian economy, etc., etc., it is because of an external factor. It is not because of the wrong policies of the government. And because of the policy of the government, India did not experience contraction. India did not experience a recession. It was because of the pandemic. So do not worry about last 2 or 3 years. But on an average, you'll generally see India's growth rate being around 5%, 5.5%, 4%, etc. like this. So we have been able to cross that threshold level of 4%, achieve higher growth rate after 1990s. Right? So, but before 1990s, definitely yes, growth rate was lower. So we have been able to achieve a higher growth rate, especially after LPG reforms. What about industries? The industries have grown very well in case of India, right? Especially if you compare the industrialization scenario today with, let's say, industrialization scenario in 1970s, 1960s. Today, the situation of industries is much better compared to earlier situation. And today we are allowing lot of private sector participation even in the industries, right? So higher industrial growth rate, percentage BPL population has come down. If you want to remember, the data is like this. During 1990s, the percentage BPL, what do you mean by BPL? Below poverty line. Below poverty line. That is, how many people are not able to have a higher expenditure or higher income above certain threshold. Below poverty line, BPL population during 1990s was somewhere around 45 to 46%. It was somewhere around 45 to 46%. But if you look at the latest data, that is 2011 and 2012 data, which was given by Tendulkar Committee, the BPL population in case of India, it is 21.9%. 21.9%. So percentage BPL population has actually come down. Food production has increased. We have implemented multiple reforms in the agriculture sector, as a result of which, at one point of time, India was a food importing country. We were heavily dependent on the import. Now we are exporting country. From the situation of scarcity, now we have become a surplus country in the agriculture sector. That is one of the achievements of the planning. But having said so, there are certain failures also, right? Certain drawbacks of the 5-year plans that we have implemented. First one, we did not have a mechanism for engagement with the states. That is, if you remember earlier, Planning Commission did not have any representation of the states. There was no representation of the states in the Planning Commission. The states came into picture once the plan was made ready. Once the plan was made ready, the states were coming into the picture, right? That is in the National Development Council. So first problem, right? No representation of the states in the Planning Commission. Second problem, we basically followed a top to bottom approach. We basically followed a concept of top to bottom approach. Now let me give you current affairs and tell me what is better. You remember the concept of one district, one product? What are we trying to do in one district, one product? In fact, if you remember, right, if you have read the newspapers in the last 1 week, now in addition to one district, one product, there is one more scheme. District as a Export Hub Scheme, DH. Have you come across this? Districts as Export Hubs Scheme, DH. Right, sir? Where I should have read it? Foreign trade policy. The most recent foreign trade policy that has been announced by the government, they have introduced, not introduced, basically they are promoting now the concept of districts as export hubs. Now tell me what is better, having one policy for all of India or having one policy for every district? Let me know. Let me know what is better as per your basic thinking. Having only one policy for whole of India to promote exports, or having district based policies? Second one is always better. Second one is always better. Why? Don't you think from one district to another district requirement will be different? From one district to another district, the product which has export potential will be different. The problems faced by the industries will be different. And that is the precise reason bottom-up approach is always better. Bottom-up approach is always better. Right? So earlier in the Planning Commission, were we following a bottom-up approach? Think of it. In the Planning Commission, right, were we following a bottom-up approach? No, we are following top-to-bottom approach. That is one strategy for whole of India. That is not the right approach. Right? One size fits all approach, top to bottom approach for the whole of India, only one policy, not efficient. Third one, right, we were not successful in implementation of lot of land reforms. And I hope you understand, lot of these land reforms were proposed and implemented during the 5-year plans. For example, Zamindari system, abolition of Zamindari system, land ceiling reforms, etc. were implemented during 5-year plans. These were not very successful in India. And there is a problem because of this. There is a problem because of this. What is the problem here? The problem is that you want agriculture sector to perform well. You want agriculture sector to perform well. But if zamindars are owning lot of land, do you think agriculture sector will perform better? Do you think the farmers will be able to earn better income? Do you think farmers will be investing in the agriculture sector? Answer is no. And don't you think because of the earlier policies, by the time of independence, we were looking at a situation wherein number of cultivators were very, very high in India. Number of cultivators were very high, but very few of the cultivators actually owned the land. I hope you understand. Very few of the cultivators were actually owning the land. Why? When you study history, modern Indian history, you will come across land revenue measures, land revenue collection measures. For example, Zamindari system was there, Mahalwari system was there, where most of the revenue that was generated by the farmers was taken away by the government, was simply snatched away by the government. Sir, what do you mean by that? Lagan. Have you seen that movie or not? Lagan. Right? Most of the revenue was taken away, right, by the Britishers or the government of the British, etc. Now, if the farmers pay away or give away most of this, how many farmers do you think will have money to invest? Let me know. How many farmers do you think they will have money to invest in the agriculture sector? So the problem was investment, and the problem of investment arose because of these land issues. That is the reason after independence, Government of India implemented lot of land reforms. Were they successful? Most of them were not successful. And again, rather than generalizing this, I'm generalizing it. That is not the right approach. Why? Land reforms were implemented by the state governments. I hope you understand. land reforms were implemented by the state governments. And from one state government to another state government, the effectiveness, to what extent they implemented, will vary. Right? I hope you understand it. It makes perfect sense. From one state to another state, to what extent the reforms were implemented will keep on varying like this. Done? So we were not successful implementation, right? We are not successful in the implementation of land reforms. Population growth rate was also very high, right? It was not a population growth, it was a population explosion in India. Population explosion in India, right? And what is the issue with the population explosion? You do not have more land to cultivate. You are lagging behind in terms of industries, but the number of people who want to eat food, it is increasing. Number of people who want to purchase clothes, who want to wear clothes, it is increasing. Now tell me, demand is increasing, supply is not there. Don't you think that's a problem? Right? There is a lot of stress on economic infrastructure. There's a lot of stress on the government to provide welfare, etc. So higher population growth rate. The GDP contribution was actually skewed. Skewed means, right, uneven. Skewed simply means uneven contribution. Right? For example, agriculture sector. Agriculture sector today accounts for around 49% of working population. Despite having so much amount of working population, right, the contribution is very less, somewhere around 16%. Right? Don't you think this is uneven contribution? Accounts for very high labor, but contribution is very less. There are certain states which account for large value of GDP. Some states, less value of GDP contribution. Uneven contribution. Okay. Employment growth rate is also very low, especially in recent times. When I take up employment, and trust me, we'll discuss this. When I take up employment, you will discuss a concept called as jobless growth. You will discuss a concept called as jobless growth. Not today. I'll take up employment in later classes. Don't worry. I'll discuss jobless growth situation in India. So these are certain areas where there's a failure of planning commission. So now, what is your conclusion? Is the 5-year plan very successful? Is the 5-year plan a big, a grand failure? Do not conclude either ways. Do not conclude either ways. Have a balanced approach. In various areas, we have been able to achieve very good progress. In various areas, we have been able to achieve very good progress. For example, agriculture sector output. Agriculture output. All of you will agree? We have been able to achieve a very good, right, success in the agriculture output. Right, sir? How? How do you say we are successful in agriculture sector? From import dependent, we are exporting country now. From import dependent, we are exporting country. Is it not a success of agriculture sector? So we have achieved certain progress in some of the sectors such as communications, telecommunication sector, civil aviation market, right? Or let's say capital goods production, agriculture sector, etc. But having said so, even today, despite having such a success, even today we are lagging behind in some of the indicators. For example, right, issue of unemployment rate, research and development investment, import dependency on technology, etc., etc. Right? So this should be your verdict regarding the whole, right, 60 plus years of planning achievement in India. So what are the reasons? Why are we lagging behind? Investments are very low in certain areas. For example, again and again, I keep on telling you this. Our investments in research and development is very low. It's very low. It should be very high, by the way. Right? Our investments in research and development is very low. Why? Historically, who has been driving industrialization in India? Tell me, historically. Don't look at the last 1 decade, etc. Historically, who has been driving investment in India? Government of India. Government of India through public sector. When you have only public sector, do you think competition will be very high? Think of it. Do you think competition will be very high? No. Public sector monopoly. Why will there be competition? If there is no competition, do you think the companies will be interested in investment in technology? Think of it. Right? If you do not understand, let me give a very simple example. During 1990s, in the telecom sector, only one company was there, BSNL. Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited, BSNL. And if you want to find out, ask your parents, what was the process to get telephone connection 20 years ago? What was the circus they had to do to get one telephone connection when the supplier was BSNL? Now today, think of it. Today, is it difficult to get a telephone connection? Most of you will ask me, what is telephone now? I hope you understand. Most of you will ask me, what is telephone? Fixed landline. I hope you understand. Fixed landline. Earlier, it was very, very difficult, very hectic process. And bureaucracy. Government official is sitting. You want to be part of it. Do you think government officials will be open to, right? Let's say the people approaching to them, people coming to them and giving application, people calling them and saying, my telephone line is dead, etc., etc. Not easy. Today, where is BSNL? Where is BSNL today? It is incurring continuously losses, at the verge of closure. Right? Government is pumping money into BSNL to keep it alive. Right? Basically, government is providing assistance to BSNL now. So I hope you understand. When you have this kind of a monopoly situation, because the government owns industries, do you think focus on technology will be very high? Do you think they will invest in research and development? Obviously no. Right? That's the reason historically India has been lagging in all of this. Now government of India, through the concept of Startup India, Make in India, etc., is promoting investment in R&D. Okay? Very low availability of skilled labor. I'll cover it, don't worry. Availability of skilled labor is very low in India. Very low in India. Lack of a specialized investment institutions. That is, you need long-term loans. Right? Go back to banking. You need long-term loans. You need large value loans. Was there earlier were there large number of institutions which will provide these kind of loans, right? So there is also a problem with respect to providing these kind of capital. Okay, now what we have done, 2015, starting 2015, we dismantled the planning commission and we introduced Niti Aayog. We have dismantled the planning commission and we have introduced Niti Aayog. First and foremost, what is the long form of Niti Aayog? National Institute for Transforming India. Niti Aayog stands for National Institute for Transforming India. What is the structure of Niti Aayog? Niti Aayog has two very important components. Remember this. Niti Aayog has two very important components. One is a full-time organization. Second one is a governing council. In fact, last year, please check the newspapers later. Again, when I say check the newspapers, don't literally start searching in the newspapers. Type it in Google. Last year, after many years, Niti Aayog governing council meeting was held. Right? After a long period, Niti Aayog's governing council meeting was actually held. Right? Now, what is this full-time organization? Full-time organization, one of the parts of Niti Aayog, which is chaired by the Prime Minister. Right? The chairperson of Niti Aayog is Prime Minister. By default, can I also say now, if a governing council meeting is held, or if there is a governing council, the chairperson of the governing council will be again Prime Minister. Any problem with this? The chairperson of the governing council is again the Prime Minister only. Right? So, full-time organization, we have a chairperson, Prime Minister. Apart from the chairperson, we also have other representatives, such as some of the ministers of the central government. We have certain experts appointed by the government. We also have a chief executive officer, CEO, appointed by the center. we also have the vice chairperson, again appointed by the center. This is a full-time organization within Niti Aayog. In addition to this, we also have a state representation. Look at this. We also have a state representation. That is, there is a governing council where there is a representation of the state governments. Right? Only state governments are? No. Union territories representation is also there. Right? So, governing council represents the state governments, headed by the Prime Minister, but no doubt there is a representation of the states within the governing council. Right? Can I say this is one of the very important differences between the Planning Commission and Niti Aayog? I hope you understand. Right? The difference between the Planning Commission and Niti Aayog. First very important difference is there is participation of the states within Niti Aayog. Right? So this is the basic idea. Composition of Niti Aayog. Now, what are the objectives? Right? What are we trying to achieve with Niti Aayog? We'll go step by step, point by point to follow this carefully. Rather than by-hearting, understand the story here. Niti Aayog is basically a think tank. It is an institute that will recommend policies to government. I hope you understand. Niti Aayog doesn't make 5-year plans now. We have discontinued 5-year plans. It will recommend or it will advise certain policies to Government of India. And please understand this, just like Planning Commission, Niti Aayog is also not a constitutional body. It is not a constitutional body. It is also set up through executive authority. It is also set up through executive authority. And whenever you are writing, right, when you are writing, please be very careful. In the descriptive answer, use the term not a constitutional body. Do not use the term unconstitutional. I hope you understand. Do not use the term unconstitutional. Please be very careful. Some of you believe that both are one and the same. No, my dear. Unconstitutional means it is against the constitution. It will not be allowed. Right? So do not use the term unconstitutional. Simply say it has been set up through executive authority. Through executive authority, this has been set up. Right? Government order, we have Niti Aayog. Now, what is the role of the Niti Aayog? Point number 1. Niti Aayog will take up certain important areas, study them and give recommendation to the government, give advice to government. Now, when I say give advice to government, let me know, are these advices binding on the government? Right, there itself you'll have the answer. Niti Aayog is not a constitutional body. It is simply studying certain things and giving it as an advice to government. Are these advices binding on the Government of India? No. These are simply advices. These are simply recommendations. Whether the Government of India wants to implement or not, it is entirely the prerogative, power of the center. Right? So, first point, they will take up certain subjects, certain areas, study them and give it to Government of India. Recommend certain changes. Point number 2, rather than Niti Aayog taking up, Government of India itself will give certain area for study to Niti Aayog and ask for advice. I'll give you one example. All of you remember NFSA, National Food Security Act. How much of the total population in India is covered under NFSA? Let me check how many of you have by-hearted. How much of the total population in India is covered under National Food Security Act? 67%. 67%. 67% of the total population, that is 2/3. 2/3. Don't say, sir, you're wrong. It is 66.66666666 with a bar on last 6. Absolutely no. Right? One and the same. 2/3 of the total population or 67%. Now, there is one committee recommendation, Shanta Kumar Committee. How many of you remember that? Shanta Kumar Committee says you should not cover 67%, you should reduce it to 40%. Point number 1. Point number 2, couple of years ago, there was an order by the Supreme Court of India. Supreme Court of India said, there is a problem with the coverage of population under NFSA. Can you kindly look into it? Kindly look into the population coverage, because you are taking the population of 2011, we are in 2022, right? So you are using outdated data. There will be commission errors, omission errors, etc. That is inclusion and exclusion error. Can you look into the population coverage? Government of India has asked Niti Aayog to look into this. Government of India has simply asked Niti Aayog to look into this and give a recommendation. So now have a look at it. One of the function is Niti Aayog by itself will take up certain areas, study and give recommendation to the government. Second is government will allocate certain areas for studies to Niti Aayog and will expect a recommendation. Third, Niti Aayog says we will not follow top to bottom approach. We want to implement any scheme, etc., etc. We will not follow top to bottom approach. Rather, we will follow bottom to top approach. We'll follow bottom up approach. What is the bottom up approach here? We'll focus, right? Let's say there's a scheme, there's a plan which is supposed to be implemented. First, we'll try to implement it at village level. At the lowest level, we'll try to implement it at the lowest level. Then successively we'll keep on implementing at highest level like this. First implement at a village level, find out if there is any issue, then implement at district level, then implement at the state level, then implement at all of India level. This is a bottom up approach. Niti Aayog says we will follow bottom up approach now. We'll simply follow the concept of bottom up approach. Right, make plans at the village level, then aggregate these at a higher level like this. Next, certain, right, understand this, certain sections of the society, there are certain populations which are not able to get the benefit of growth in the Indian economy. What we will do is, we'll try to ensure that even these populations will be included. These population will also start enjoying the benefit of growth in the economy. Right? So these are certain very, very important objectives or the functions of Niti Aayog. Right? So remember, these are the objectives. Next, what is the difference between Niti Aayog and Planning Commission then? Right? Are both one and the same? Of course, no. Both are completely different. Point number one. In Planning Commission, there was no representation of the states. In Niti Aayog, there is a representation of the states. Point number two, Planning Commission made 5-year plans and was responsible for implementation of it. Niti Aayog doesn't have the objective of making 5-year plans. We do not have 5-year plans now. Point number three, Planning Commission was given certain financial powers. Planning Commission was having financial powers, meaning what? Planning Commission could allocate certain funds to the states. Niti Aayog doesn't enjoy any financial power. Right? No financial powers have been given to Niti Aayog. Today, the center will decide whatever funds are supposed to go to the states, the center will decide it. Okay? Right? In case of Planning Commission, right, it is basically an advisory body with the financial power. Niti Aayog, it is simply an advisory body. That's it. It is simply an advisory body. They will also use the term, it is a think tank. It is a think tank. What do you mean by think tank? An advisory body. They will keep on thinking and giving recommendations. That's a basic idea. Right? So this is the difference between the Planning Commission as well as Niti Aayog. Difference between the PC as well as Niti Aayog. Done? Right? And one more point, already I've told you this. In case of Planning Commission, we used to follow top to bottom approach of planning. In case of Niti Aayog, states are present. The plans will be made at the village level. It will follow bottom up approach. Bottom up approach of planning. Okay, that is the difference between the Planning Commission and Niti Aayog. Now, why Niti Aayog is important? What is the importance of Niti Aayog? Right, point number one. Niti Aayog will act as a mediator between center and state. I hope you understand. Mediator in the sense, It is an organization where both the center and the states are coming together and they are implementing certain policies. This is called as cooperative federalism. Have you heard of this? Having finished polity, I'm asking you this question. Having finished polity, have you heard of the term cooperative federalism? In simplest way, in the simplest manner, what is a cooperative federalism? Center and states coming together to implement a policy. For effective implementation of a policy, right? That is called as a cooperative federalism. So now tell me, Niti Aayog, is it an example of cooperative federalism or not? I hope you understand. Niti Aayog, is it an example of cooperative federalism or not? Can I give you one more example? GST Council. Let me know. Can I give you one more example? GST Council. Is it not cooperative federalism in the GST Council? Center is present, state is also present. Both have come together for effective implementation of a policy, that is the GST. So Niti Aayog will basically foster, will promote cooperative federalism. But in addition to cooperative federalism, it will also promote competitive federalism. In addition to cooperative federalism, it will also foster means promote competitive federalism. What do you mean by competitive federalism? There is a competition between the states to perform better, to achieve better things. That is called as competitive federalism. Now, you will ask me, sir, how does Niti Aayog promote competitive federalism? I'll give you one example. Niti Aayog publishes multiple rankings of the states. Niti Aayog publishes multiple rankings, multiple indices. I'll take one example. There is one index published by Niti Aayog, Export Competitive Index. Export Competitiveness Index, and this is published by Niti Aayog itself. Export Competitiveness Index. And as per Export Competitiveness Index, multiple parameters are there. Based on the performance of the states, Niti Aayog will rank the states. Now imagine you are an investor, right? 9:15, you are a billionaire now, right? You are a billionaire now. You want to invest in India. You want to invest in India and you want to produce and export. Now, is it okay if I say the Export Competitiveness Index, the ranking of the states, will be one of the parameters that you will use to make investments in India? Let me know. Right? Will you not look at which state is performing better, which state has got very good export supporting infrastructure, which state will give you clearances much easier? You don't have to study all of it. Look at the ranking of the states. Look at ranking of the states, automatically you will realize Gujarat is a very good state in terms of export competitiveness. Maharashtra, very good performer to promote exports. Karnataka, very good performer to promote exports. Now tell me, don't you look at all of this and start deciding, okay, then in that case, I will invest in state A, B or C. Right? So in order to attract investment, what will the states do now? They'll start competing with each other. They'll start competing with each other. You will provide easy land acquisition. I will also provide easy land acquisition. You will amend your labor policies. I will also change my labor policies. Is it not happening in India? Can I give you one example? In the last 1 week, there has been a discussion about labor changes, labor law changes in 2 states. One in Karnataka, second one in Tamil Nadu. You tell me why both the states are amending their labor laws? Why? They want to attract investment. They want to simply attract investment. If you don't trust me, after the class is over, type labor law amendments in states. You will get 2 states, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. They want to attract lot of investments from these foreign companies. That is the precise reason they are amending it. So what is happening here? Competition between the states. competition between the states. That is basically spirit of competitive federalism. Right? Next, Niti Aayog has also provided lot of inputs to Government of India. I'll give you a huge list. Don't worry. I will give you a huge list. What all recommendations in which area Niti Aayog has recommended changes, or let's say policies to Government of India. And it has also introduced, there is one office within Niti Aayog, there is one office, Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office, DMEO. DMEO, Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office. What is the role of this office? Central government is implementing many schemes, and for implementation of the schemes, government is spending a lot of money. What is the effectiveness of the schemes? Are the schemes being implemented effectively or not? Are the expenditure utilized correctly or not? That is the role of DMEO, Development Monitoring and Evaluation Offices. Right, so this is why Niti Aayog is very, very important. In addition to this, Niti Aayog will also hold consultation with many industries, take their advice, take the input from them, and give it as a recommendation to Government of India. Now, how many types, or let's say in which all areas, right, Niti Aayog has given recommendations so far? Let's go point by point. One, Niti Aayog earlier had set up one committee that was headed by Mr. Bibek Debroy, very well-known economist, by the way, Mr. Bibek Debroy. And this committee, which was headed by Bibek Debroy, recommended changing or making certain changes in the railway sector. For example, earlier, I hope remember, separate railway budget was there in India. That is, a union government used to announce a separate railway budget, and after that, they used to announce a union budget. Today, are we following that convention? Absolutely no. We have discontinued that. The recommendation actually came from Bibek Debroy committee. Bibek Debroy committee recommended that most of the times in the railway budget, the announcements are populist in nature. We are not worried about efficiency of railways. We are worried about satisfying the voters. Populism. So what this committee said was, discontinue separate railway budget. Simply merge it with union budget. We have done it, by the way. Empowered Committee for Innovative Projects under Mr. Panigaria, it played a very important role in promotion of bullet train project in India. Bullet train project. Have you heard of this or not? Right, between Ahmedabad and Mumbai, bullet train project. Right, it is being implemented. One of the committees is this committee itself, Arvind Panigaria committee. Appointed a committee which was headed by Mr. Tajamul Haq. Right, he is also a well-known economist. Tajamul Haq is an expert in agriculture sector, especially related to land. He's an expert in that. And by the way, he passed away a couple of years ago. Tajamul Haq committee. What was the recommendation of Tajamul Haq committee? It recommended that we should have a land leasing act for all the states. Understand this? This committee recommended that we should have a land leasing act for all the states. What is the argument here? What do you mean by land leasing? Imagine you have certain amount of land, but you are busy with preparation of UPSC. Right? You are busy with preparation of UPSC, which means you cannot cultivate on the land. So what you will do? You will give the land on lease basis to me. But this lease, whatever we have done, it is oral. The agreements are oral in nature. Generally, the rural market, in case of rural India, they do not have the practice of writing agreements. Right? Documents, no, oral agreements. Now, tomorrow you can simply say, you will change the agreement. You will change the condition. I can also simply say, you told some amount initially, now you are demanding more amount. What is the proof? What is the proof? You also don't have any proof. I also don't have any proof. Right? Don't you think that will lead to conflict between the owner of the land and the cultivator? That is the precise reason. That's a precise reason. What this committee says is, have a land leasing act, where in every state we will have the law, and in these states there will be a process of land leasing. Documentation will have to be done. We will have a contract. Paperwork will be there. If there's a dispute between the owner and the tiller, then there is a dispute resolution mechanism, etc., etc. That was the recommendation of Land Leasing Act by Tajamul Haq. Right? Very few states have actually implemented it. Promoting competitiveness, right? That is competitive federalism amongst all the states. Right? That is through various indices. Right? Various indices have been published by Niti Aayog to promote competition. It has been asked to recommend regarding the population coverage under NFSA. I've already told you this. There is also a committee which is looking into the projects, that is urea projects, which are proposed at various places such as Ramagundam, Talcher, Gorakhpur, Sindri and Barauni. In fact, these urea plants were earlier proposed under the urea policy of 2014, and now Niti Aayog is actually looking into the development of these projects, monitoring. Right? There is also a task force which has been set up under the head of chairmanship of Dr. Ramesh Chand. Again, very well-known economist. Dr. Ramesh Chand, Tajamul Haq, Mr. Ashok Gulati, all of these are known in agriculture sector. All of these are very well known in agriculture sector. And if there is anybody in the class who reads Indian Express, not Hindu, Indian Express, you will see editorials being written by these people in Indian Express. Mr. Ashok Gulati writes every week one editorial, and that will be regarding agriculture sector. Right? Mr. Ramesh Chand writes editorials, and all these are experts. Mr. Ashok Gulati also writes editorials in the Indian Express. So those who read Indian Express, they will be knowing the names without realizing these are very, very important economic experts. But anyways, right, there is also a committee which is headed by Mr. Ramesh Chand to look into the issues faced by the sugar sector. Right? Niti Aayog also has constituted one committee which is headed by retired Supreme Court Justice, that is Justice A.K. Sikri, right, former justice in the Supreme Court, to look into, right, online dispute resolution. What is ODR? Online dispute resolution, that is called as ODR. Right? What is the idea here? Right? Basically, delay in the judiciary. Right? Delays in the judiciary. Lot of delays will happen whenever these are commercial contracts. Right? Imagine I have an agreement with you, a contract with you, commercial agreement. But one of the parties is violating. Then the other party will drag the other party to the court. But it will take lot of time because documents will have to be prepared physically. Right? The parties should be present in the court physically, etc. Right? Just to make my point much more clear, how many of you remember the dialogue of Sunny Deol in the movie? Right? Tariq pe Tariq pe Tariq. In fact, in one of the speeches by Justice very recently, one of the justices basically used the same dialogue. I do not want the Supreme Court to be a Tariq pe Tariq court. Anyways, there is a lot of delay. Lot of delay means disputes will be extended for a very longer duration. Can we speed it up? And understand this, right? Understand this. One of the ways that you can address this is having online dispute resolution. Right? So committee for this has been set up, headed by Justice A.K. Sikri. Done? Right? Last concept is criticism. It is not a constitutional body. Not a constitutional body, right? Basically means what? It is not accountable to the parliament. It is simply reporting to Government of India. It does not have very important role in important policies of the government. For example, GST, very important policy. What is the role of Niti Aayog in GST? Nothing. Right? It doesn't have a role to play in certain very important policies of the government. Right? That is example, the GST. It does not influence any kind of investment. Right? How do I prove it? The Planning Commission was having financial powers. They used to allocate funds to the states. So when they will allocate the funds, expenditure will be incurred in the states. That will have an impact on public investment as well as private investment. Niti Aayog doesn't deal with finances. Right? Niti Aayog doesn't deal with finances. So it will not influence these kind of investments. And finally, even though it has been more than 6 to 7 years since Niti Aayog has been set up, don't you think in case of India, poverty numbers are very high? Inequality is also very high. Right? So these are some of the criticisms against the functioning of Niti Aayog. Done? So next is the questions regarding the concept of planning. We'll take it up tomorrow. So questions on industries has been left out. Questions on planning is also yet to be taken up. I will take it up. Don't worry. I promise I'll take it up. Okay. So before I wind up today's session, you have any questions? Let me know now. If you have any doubts, any issues regarding the topics that I'm discussing, let me know. Core plan is mentioned in Nitin Singhani in economic planning chapter. So in that context, I asking the difference between core plan and rolling plan. I need to know the context. I need to know in which core plan was mentioned, etc., etc. Beyond that, right, I will not be able to give you the right answer. Please repeat composition of Niti Aayog. Composition of Niti Aayog is two very important pillars. One is a full-time body. Full-time body, chairperson, prime minister. Right, in the full-time body, there is right the prime minister, chairperson. Apart from this, the government itself will appoint CEO, vice chairperson, experts within the Niti Aayog. Right, what about the other body, other part of Niti Aayog? There is one more very important part of Niti Aayog which is called as a governing council. The governing council again is chaired by the prime minister, but within the governing council there is a representation of the states as well as the union territories. Okay. What is a think tank? Think tank basically means one institution that will provide inputs, that will provide advice to the government. Okay. Powers of Planning Commission: 5-year plans, implementation of 5-year plans, allocation of funds for the 5-year plans, review of the 5-year plans. Okay, any other doubt? Repeat 10th 5-year plan. My dear, if you keep on asking repeat full 5-year plans, that becomes very difficult. How can you discuss the whole 5-year plan now? And now somebody will ask repeat whole planning. And simply means whole 3 hours I'll have to repeat. So 10th 5-year plan. In case of 10th 5-year plan, Government of India identified 11 targets and divided the 11 targets for all the states. Certain targets were given to all the states. And these states were supposed to implement all these 11, or let's say achieve the targets under 11 areas. We also implemented foreign trade policy in the 10th 5-year plan. We implemented a fiscal responsibility and budget management act in the 10th 5-year plan itself. Done? Okay. Any other doubts? Is it necessary to take notes from the newspapers, especially for economy? What I would recommend is try to make short notes. Why? Economy is such a dynamic concept. You will not be able to remember what has happened, let's say in the month of June 2023 by January 2024. Right? You will not be able to remember it. Trust me, you will not be able to remember it. But one way you can do, right? One way you can do this is basically, right, you can make short notes on all the current affairs, right, and keep on revising it. Okay, what is PMI? I'll explain that tomorrow, don't worry. Niti Aayog has taken the financial power of the state. Who said Niti Aayog has taken away financial power of the state? Let me know. Did I at any point of say Niti Aayog has taken away the financial powers of the states? Absolutely no. Okay, done then. So let's stop the discussion today. let's stop the discussion today. We'll continue the discussion tomorrow. We'll start with infrastructure. We'll solve the questions also. Don't worry. Done. Take care. Right. Have a great day. We'll have a discussion or we'll continue with the discussion tomorrow. Okay. Thank you. Take care.